From the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground, it is Atlanta United Academy Soccer. Happy Saturday morning. It is the U-18s and the U-16s. Starting off, it is the U-18s going up against NYCFC. We'll go over the starting lineups. John Nelson here, Madison Cruz over there. Maddie, it's about 50 degrees. It's a sunny morning, and it's a busy day for Atlanta United.
Very busy. You have U-18s, then you have U-16s right after this, and then at 6 p.m. you have the first team going up against Orlando City SC for decision day. It's a packed day full of soccer.
We'll go over the starting lineups here as we go here. Stephen Hurlock on a bit of a charge, chips it into the edge of the 6. Knocked away by NYCFC, and it will end up being a throw for Atlanta United.
A great run up the left from Hurlock. As Dominic Chongqui gets ready for the throw-in. Will be cleared by NYCFC, and NYC have the chance to break, but Caden Moore steps in front of it.
All the way back to Braden Dunham getting his first touch in the afternoon. Over to Caden Moore. I say afternoon. It is morning. Trust me.
It is morning.
About 50 degrees here at the start. Chongqui looking for Hurlock. Defended well by Adonis Campos of NYCFC.
Under some pressure.
Evan Lim spins away from traffic. Back to Campos. And in net, John DeStefano here early on for the U-18s for NYC.
That ball will be headed out. Will be a throw-in for NYC.
Starting lineup for NYCFC in the U-18s, John DeStefano in net. Back 5, Kieran Smith, Gianluca Rizzo, Evan Lim, Ben Kasman, and Adonis Campos. 2 in the midfield, Peter Molinari and Lucas Sunjic. 3 up top, Lucas DePino, Seymour Reed, and Dylan Thomas. And for those of us of a certain demographic, Atlanta United is hoping that NYCFC and the U-18s go gently into that good night. I had to get the Dylan Thomas reference in there early.
You just couldn't help yourself.
No.
Atlanta almost able to win possession. Moore's able to bring it back out. And will reset back to Griner. Sanchez finds Hurlock. That ball stolen away, but Sanchez picks it up. Back out to Chongqui. Chongqui with the low cross. It's deflected, but Atlanta's still able to hold on to possession. We'll find Torres. That ball will roll out. Will be a throw-in for NYC.
Julian Bretos wearing 21. He's getting his first touches on the morning.
Hurlock was looking for Sanchez. Unable to time it right. But Sanchez able to win it back. Torres pulls it back. Under a lot of pressure. And NYCFC come away with it.
Lucas Sunjic with the pressure there, looking up the right, looking for Dylan Thomas. Dominic Chongqui was there to defend for the 2s, and it'll end up being a throw for NYC. Thanks for hanging out with us here at atlutd.com/live. Adonis Campos with the throw for NYCFC. Sunjic trying to go all the way from the right to the left. And here comes Atlanta United.
That ball will go out of play. We'll get a throw in for Atlanta United. That ball rolled all the way out to the other field.
Little help is what you're asking for?
Finally get the ball back. We're back in play. Griner finds Torres. Out to Caden Moore. He'll launch it long. Looks for Hurlock. Hurlock able to touch it and turn. Hurlock coming inside, finds another 5-stripe, but it's bounced out, and NYCFC able to regain possession. Chonkwi looks for Gordon. That ball stolen.
NYCFC tried to work it up the left-hand side. Atlanta United there to intercept. Back in center circle for Atlanta United. Once again, the touch is Julian Bretos, wearing 21 this morning.
Sanchez feeds it up to Hurlock, gets the touch, was looking for Chonkwi.
Adonis Campos there to challenge for NYC. Last touch by Dominic Chonkwi will end up being a goal kick for John DeStefano at NYC and their U-18s.
Atlanta United doing a good job putting a lot of pressure on NYC really early on.
DeStefano tries to go long at the left-hand side. Atlanta United is there to intercept, and they'll take it back over.
Will be Aiden Torres. Moore. Dunham to Torres. Unable to connect the pass. It will roll out for an NYC throw.
Halfway through the 7th minute here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground. Thanks for dropping by this morning. NYC looking for a whistle and a foul. Didn't get it. Here comes Atlanta United back in possession, working their way from right to left here. And a foul call. That is on Evan Lim as he made contact with Dominic Chonkwi.
Came in a little too late for that challenge. And Atlanta United will build it back. Gordon passes it all the way back to Griner. Chonkwi, just a little bit of a misplayed pass. It will roll out, will be an NYC throw.
We could hear him all the way up here. He knew he didn't make the contact he was looking for. Campos with the throw for NYC. Campos tried to keep possession for NYC. He was the last to touch, and here comes Atlanta United on the left.
Ball in, looks for Gordon, and it's in! Ashton Gordon puts Atlanta United up early.
Great work by Vicenetti. On the left-hand side, you see 82 in black, cuts it back to his right, looks, finds, header down into the surface here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground, and the first goal on the board goes to Atlanta United here this morning.
A beautiful cross in from Vincetti. NYCFC just did not see Ashton Gordon coming up in the middle of the box, in a beautiful header.
Once again, starting the morning, it's going to be the U-18s, and then at 11 o'clock, it'll be the U-16s, and that'll get you all squared away for Decision Day in Major League Soccer. The Eastern Conference games a little after 6 o'clock, 6:10. The Western Conference chaos will be at 9:10, and actually the Eastern Conference is the one that's got the more chaos attached to it. This is the beginning of all of our days here with Major League Soccer, Atlanta United and NYC, and thanks for dropping by with us this morning. Here comes Atlanta United once again up the left-hand side, looking for Hurlock. Hurlock, Campos on the challenge.
Hurlock, low cross, looks for Gordon. That ball's cleared, but it falls right to another 5-stripe. Out to the right. Torres collects. Atlanta will pull it all the way back to Griner. Look to reset. With a great ball up the right. Atlanta has options. Cross will find Vincetti. Right-footed cross, tries the header. But the flag was up and it will be an offside.
Kieran Smith was there to defend for NYC. And you're seeing a lot of interplay over the top with Vicinity, Ayo Akintobi. The height for Atlanta United coming into play here early on. DeStefano looking up the right. Atlanta United is there to intercept quickly. Julian Bretos couldn't keep possession, so here comes Campos up the right-hand side for NYC. Through two defenders for Atlanta United, looking for Lucas Sunjic.
Dylan Greiner not having to do a whole lot here in the first half. NYC had a bit of an issue keeping possession. Torres. Just a misplayed ball. NYC have an opportunity. Out to the left. Will pull it in, and that shot will go wide.
NYCFC lobbying for a corner, saying it was last touched by Atlanta United. Dylan Thomas's pass to the left created a chance for NYCFC. And the folks with the whistles are saying it was last touched by NYC. No touch for Atlanta United, so it ends up being a goal kick. Caden Moore and Dylan Greiner.
Caden Moore was looking for Vincetti. Just a bit overhit. NYC, that ball is stolen by Torres. Out to Vincetti on the right. Dunham. Sanchez brings it forward. We'll find Hurlock. Out to Chonqui. Chonqui. That ball finds Sanchez, just unable to place it.
Late here in the 12th minute, 1-0. Atlanta United with the goal on the board back in the 8th minute. Ashton Gordon from Vicinity. And that's where we are here in suburban Atlanta here early on a Saturday morning.
But those types of goals that Ashton's just did earlier in the match, we've seen him doing it all season long with the twos.
Looking to see that continued growth from a lot of the players out here for the U-18s and the U-16s. Stephen Hurlock, edge of the 18.
Hurlock cross. NYC heads it out. Atlanta able to settle it at the top of the 18. Finds Hurlock on the left. Hurlock cut inside. Ashton's on the back. Tries to keep it in, but it will be a goal kick.
NYCFC's backline lobbying that had already cleared the end line. The view for the AR, it had not. Brought back in by Atlanta United, but they couldn't capitalize on it. So DeStefano will yield the goal kick duties here as we turn 14th minute. One touch, quick flick, trying to go up the left-hand side. Braden Dunham there to make sure that it doesn't progress any further. But here comes NYC again. Adonis Campos looking for Dylan Thomas. Thomas gets past Dominic Chonqui, edge of the 18, shouldered off the ball. Nicely done there by Dominic Chonqui.
Great physicality from Chonqui. Learned a lot of that from playing with the twos. Played a lot of 90-minute full games at the professional level. Moore. Sanchez, long ball, will switch it to the right.
Akintobi looking for a bit of a scoop pass. It didn't quite work, goes off an NYC player instead. So possession sticks with Atlanta United up the right-hand side. Akintobi throws it back in, and here comes Atlanta United once again working their way here in this first session from a right to left as you're watching the match this morning.
Moore. Back to Greiner. Caden Moore. Sanchez able to get a touch, but it's taken by Lim. Whistle will be blown, and it will be a free kick after Lim was fouled, and NYC will look to build from the back.
Ben Caspin trying to find a partner. Quick 1-2, Adonis Campos. We'll go back to Caspin. Caspin looks to his left. A bit of a back and forth with Gianluca Rizzo.
Finally pick out the pass to the left. They'll switch out to Thomas. Thomas up for the cross, deflects. And Hurlock's there to steal it and have an opportunity to counter. But it's won back by NYC. Thomas. We'll go back out to Thomas. Thomas unable to turn it. Hurlock will clear. Vincetti under a lot of pressure. Will flick it forward, but it's headed back down by NYC.
Vincetti under a lot of pressure, got it back to Akintobi. Dunham tries to swing it wide and long down the right-hand side. Intended target there was Ashton Gordon. Atlanta United last to touch, so it'll end up being a throw for NYC. About 20 yards from goal, extended outside the 18 over on the far side as they work their way up there attacking left.
Wayward pass, finds Thomas. Thomas looks at the ball up top, a great through ball, but that shot will go right into the hands of Greiner.
Sunjic was trying to get a little bit of separation. Couldn't quite turn his hips to hit it flush, and it ended up being an easy grab for Dylan Greiner there here late in the 17th minute with Atlanta United leading 1-0. Molinari header up into the air. He's challenging with Akintobi.
Akintobi tried to clear it, but it falls to Thomas. Deflected. That ball falls to Torres. Torres drives up into NYC's defensive half. Gordon back to Vincetti. Akintobi. Dunham. Atlanta pushed all the way back. Greiner to Sanchez. Moore. Chonqui on the left. Pass up to Hurlock. Stephen Hurlock finds Vincetti coming forward, but it will be offside.
Good idea there by Atlanta United, trying to connect and go between the two defenders. Let's take another peek at it.
Chonqui lays it off to Hurlock. Hurlock gets the through ball up to Vincetti. Just a little too much on it.
Vincetti going in between the two defenders, called for it, but it danced ahead of the ball in the contact, so it ends up going offside. Bit of a floater by Caden Moore back to Dylan Greiner. Greiner gets to it. Ball popped well up into the air. Akintobi trying to defend for Atlanta United. There's a foul on NYC.
Bring it back to Aiden Torres. Moore. Finds Sanchez.
Bretos working with Hurlock and Sanchez. It gets back to Aiden Torres.
Back to Torres. Bretos. Out to Dunham. Dunham with a great ball out to Akintobi. Was looking for the cross to Vincetti, but it was caught by DeStefano. Rolled back out, ball stolen, Chonqui. Up top looks for the cutback. It's deflected. We'll let that ball roll out. We'll get a corner for the Five Stripes.
Ben Caspin was there for NYC in the defense. Clears it out of the 18, but it'll be another opportunity here for Atlanta United trying to add to the 1-0 lead.
And if you're just now joining us, that 1-0 lead was a beautiful cross in from Vincetti to find Ashton Gordon, who headed it in past DiStefano. Makes it 1-0 here at the 21st minute at the Children's Health Curve Atlanta Training Ground. In swinger, DiStefano gets a touch on it, still loose in the box, but it's back out for another corner.
A lot of traffic there inside the 6, and I think DiStefano at NYC, they were looking for a whistle and a foul on Atlanta United. Let's take another look at it.
Starts with the in-swinger. DiStefano pulls it forward, and then just absolute chaos in the box.
By the end of it all, it ends up with NYC with a goal kick. Up the middle looking for Seymour Reed. Reed with professional foul there, stopping that rush in a hurry.
Lim out to Rizzo. To Caspin. Campos. Caspin. Back out to Rizzo. Bit of back and forth between Rizzo and Caspin. Caspin looking for some options. And he'll go up to the right, was looking for Thomas.
Dylan Thomas tried to time that run. Adonis Campos saw his target had a little too much on it, and so it's going to end up being a deep throw for Atlanta United here on the near side as they work their way up the left. About 5 yards maybe away from the corner flag here on the near side. Chance for NYC to put some pressure on early 23rd minute. Bretos. Braden Dunham. Dunham looking for Akintobi. He'll get there. Header inside the circle looking for Vicenetti. Akintobi off his chest, settles it down briefly. Dunham has to come in and rush. The back and forth continues. Aiden Torres.
Akintobi. Under some pressure. Aiden Torres almost gets the touch on it. But Rizzo. That last touched Ashton Gordon will get a throw in for NYC.
Kieran Smith with the throw. Akintobi's there first for Atlanta United.
Trying to win it back was Gordon. NYC able to hold on. Depino still has it, looks for the shot, and it falls right to Greiner.
Dylan Greiner had it tracked kind of like a second baseman the entire time. They always tell you fundamentals in baseball, you always want, with a ground ball coming at you, you always want to have that one knee onto the ground. At least they did back in my day when we were playing Little League ball.
What was your position in Little League?
Left out.
Oh, okay. All right. Not what I was expecting. Campos tries the ball up top. Moore heads it down. Finds Thomas. Thomas coming forward. Great block by Greiner. And Atlanta's able to hold on. DiStefano comes out of his box. His ball finds Torres. Akintobi will pull it back, and Atlanta will look to restart from the back line.
Pressure from Sunjic and from Seymour Reed back to Greiner. Vicenetti couldn't pursue it, so DiStefano will outside of his 18, about 22 yards out. And he will send it into row 3 behind the NYC bench here. Let's take another look.
It was a great opportunity for NYC. Thomas comes forward, and it's just great awareness from Greiner.
Thomas had the angle to the near post pretty much covered, but he extended that right arm and gets the save. Here comes Atlanta United once again here, early 26th minute.
Sanchez thought Hurlock was still there, tried the one-touch pass back. It's intercepted, and NYC's back on it. Reed. Bretas has the ball stolen. Long shot, and that one will go wide.
After the first 12 to 13 minutes, this next 12 to 13, you've seen NYCFC dial up the pressure a little bit, turned up the wick to force Atlanta United into some quick decision making here. Late 26th minute, the 1 goal on the board back in the 8th has been the margin. That's where we are here with Atlanta United working from inside their 18. Ball kind of gets caught up in the breeze, and that gives Campos a chance to track it down for NYC.
It was great pressure from Stephen Hurlock to force him to put the ball out of play. Will be a throw-in for Atlanta United. Chankwi out to Hurlock. Hurlock passes it to himself, finds Vincetti, just unable to place it.
Got around Dylan Thomas that time to get it inside the 18. Deft enough touch to get around Thomas to keep possession for himself, and take another peek at it here. Off of the throw, you'll see Dominic Chankwi looking for Hurlock. Gets past Thomas, and then the touch keeps it inside, and then Vicenetti couldn't quite get the ball to turn, and we're still at 1-0 here late in the 27th.
Saw what Vincenetti was trying to do, is trying to aim it for that low left corner of the goal.
Campos keeping possession for NYC. Dylan Thomas. Sunjic. 25 yards from goal. Once again, Dylan Thomas looking into the middle. Evan Lim. Over to Gianluca Rizzo.
He'll bring it back to Caspin.
Campos surveys, pulls it back. Caspin and Rizzo keeping an eye on things as the two center backs for NYCFC.
Back out to Rizzo. We'll pull it back to Caspin. Caspin. Thomas. Campos looks for the through ball, and Greiner comes forward with the grab.
Ushered in by Braden Dunham that time, just to make sure that Seymour Reed couldn't get a cleat on it and get the equalizer for NYCFC. And if it means you got to usher it all the way back to the keeper to make sure that there might be 2 or 3 inches of space. We're still at 1-0. Campos, mishit off the edge of his left boot. And you're going to get a foul there from Cooper Sanchez.
Rizzo. Lim. Rizzo dribbling forward. He'll look for the pass up top to Sunjic. It's intercepted Atlanta United. Hurlock. Jonkwi. Back out to Greiner. Dunham. Out to the right to find Gordon. Torres at the center. Was looking for Bretas. Just unable to control it. It'll go back, and we'll restart with Caspin.
Campos directing traffic. Tells Caspin to get it back to DiStefano, and that's what he does, is they'll work it from the right to the left here. Halfway through the 30th minute, Atlanta United with the lead in the U-18s, 1-0. Match 1 of 2 here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground this morning. After this one at 11 a.m. here at atoutd.com/live. It's the U-16s with these two clubs. Reed,
NYC.
center circle.
He's clipped, but clean challenge. Vincetti out to Sanchez. Sanchez with the through ball finds Hurlock. Hurlock with the shot, and it's in! Goal! Steven Hurlock at the 31st minute.
Take another look. You see Cooper Sanchez. Great ball. Controlled by Hurlock. Sets it up on the right. Got past the defender. Puts it behind DeStefano. And the lead's doubled for Atlanta United, too. Goal in the 8th. Goal now in the 31st. Gordon in the 8th. Hurlock in the 31st. 2-0. Atlanta United's U-18.
Just great composure from Steven Hurlock. The great through ball up from Sanchez. Hurlock able to settle it, and then just the one touch into the goal. And now NYC have to crawl their way back into this game. But as me and you both know, the most dangerous lead in soccer is the 2-0.
You had to bust that one out here early in the morning. 9:30 on a Saturday morning, and you bust out that line.
It's a day full of really important matches. You have to bring it out.
You figure if you get it out early enough, then it won't be used all day long. You use it early. The most dangerous lead in soccer, 2-0. 2-goal lead.
You have to break it in.
So the breakfast choice of the 2-0 lead.
NYC have an opportunity, cutting in under a lot of pressure, brings it into the box. Able to handle the pressure. Out, looks for the shot. It's deflected. Chonqui will head it out, but it falls. We'll go back to Campos.
Campos and Thomas, a bit of a 1-2. You saw the work by DePino early on. Sent inside, top of the 6, headed out by Braden Dunham. Control continues. Ben Caspin for NYCFC. He'll go to Gianluca Rizzo off to the left-hand side, and they'll try the charge again. Kieran Smith working with DePino.
Back to Smith. Smith will bring it all the way back to Rizzo. Caspin. Campos. Back to Caspin. Thought about bringing it back to Campos. We'll pull it back to Rizzo.
Molinari with the touch. Gets away from Cooper Sanchez. NYCFC working up the left-hand side. Back to Evan Lim centrally, and they'll start the rotation all over again. Molinari on the left.
Back to Lim. Lim now on the left. He'll pull it back to Rizzo. Back to the right to Caspin. Rizzo. Back and forth. Caspin surveying his options. His pass deflected. Caspin's able to clear it. And Smith is able to head it. NYC's still able to hold on. Lim at the center circle to Campos on the right. Finds Thomas. Thomas with the cross. That ball stolen, but NYC able to regain possession. They'll restart the attack. Thomas. Campos. Chonqui able to get a touch on it. Chonqui will clear it. Intercepted Lim. Campos. Great pressure from Chonqui. Hurlock will clear it. Coming forward is Rizzo. Still loose touches. Looks for the low shot, and that one goes wide.
Sunjic with the opportunity there for NYC. Greiner had an eye on it. And on this surface, as we take another look, the morning wet on the surface kind of slows things down a little bit. You see Sunjic there, and it was a grounder. Griner had the near post all figured out. Pressure here once again from NYC. Caden Moore trying to get out of trouble. Finds Cooper Sanchez. Sanchez gets away from Rizzo.
Sanchez. Hurlock one-on-one coming forward. Hurlock pulls it best, and then it's in! And Stephen Hurlock with the brace. Able to capitalize on NYC being a little disjointed in the defense. And we'll take one more look at it. Hurlock just able to sneak it past DeStefano, and it goes right into the back of the net.
Hurlock got past Campos that time. Campos caught a little bit, but just the speed of Stephen Hurlock getting around Adonis Campos made it a one-on-one situation. DeStefano committed to his left. Hurlock kept working out to his right, further away from DeStefano. Third goal on the board here, late 36th minute. Goals 5 minutes apart by Stephen Hurlock in the 31st and the 36th. And Atlanta United U-18's lead is up to 3.
Dominating performance from the U-18s. Rizzo. NYC's hole just got a lot deeper. Rizzo trying to get it out of their defensive half. Rizzo under some pressure. Hurlock's able to get a touch, but it will roll out, will be a throw-in.
You saw the pressure once again. It was almost like Atlanta United was waiting for the cue to pounce. And you saw Vicenetti starting that right up the middle of the Ashton. Gordon continues to, and Stephen Hurlock up the left-hand side. So middle pressure, left side pressure creates a chance for Atlanta United, but they were last to touch. Campos will throw it in for NYC. Julian Bretos there with the pressure for Atlanta United. Possession will stay, and the throw will stay with Campos and NYCFC.
Campos looking for his options. Bretos has it down. Sanchez. Gordon. That ball will go out. Torres. Brenham. Back to Griner. Loose touch. NYC almost able to pick it up, but Atlanta United able to hold on to possession. Chongqui. Hurlock. Hurlock cuts inside. Hurlock with a great ball up to Gordon, but the offside flag will go up.
Gordon just maybe a couple of feet to the offside position there. Great anticipation by Ashton Gordon, just anticipated a little too much. Halfway through the 39th minute, 3-0.
Caspin will launch it forward. Will be headed out as NYC will have another throw-in. NYC.
Campos gaining a good 10 yards here on the throw.
Thomas. Physicality once again from Chongqui.
The order of the day so far here in the first half from Dominic Chongqui. Good look.
Great ball from Vincetti. Hurlock's back on it. Looks for the shot. Under a lot of pressure. He's brought down, but NYC able to come away with it. That ball's stolen. And it will be a foul on the 5 stripes.
One of the few times in the day that Stephen Hurlock was dispossessed. Rizzo working his way back for NYCFC. Winning the ball back for the visitors in the double blue.
In the 40th minute. 3-0 is the scoreline. Atlanta leads NYC. Campos. Was looking for Lim. Lim was dispossessed. It will go back to Rizzo. Out to Smith on the left. That ball stolen. Torres. Bretas. Torres. Able to chest it down as Gordon. Torres will flick it back.
Akintobi, Braden Dunham now over to the left-hand side for Atlanta United.
Chankwi turns. Will force the throw-in.
Campos putting up a bit of a roadblock there here late in the 41st minute.
Chankwi throws it out to Moore. Griner. That ball looking for Hurlock. Caspin. Loose ball. Vincetti. Torres will feed it out to Gordon. Gordon cuts inside. Dribbling forward. Will try the long range shot. Ooh, and that one just wide.
Did not miss by much to the far post. That close to the 4th goal on the board for Atlanta United. Take a look at the charge up the right-hand side.
Just a great run from Ashton Gordon. Just able to cut inside, sees the opening, and he just takes it.
Did not miss by much. DeStefano at full extension for NYCFC. Just missed the far post. As we now turn 43rd minute, and here comes the pressure from Atlanta United. Vicenetti running point.
Thomas was looking for Campanos.
Too much attached to it. Good idea by Dylan Thomas. Tried to turn. Couldn't quite connect with Campos, so it'll be a throw for Atlanta United. As Dominic Chong-Kui goes between the benches trying to find a ball. A little help.
We'll throw it out to Caden Moore. Brenham. Sanchez. Akintobi. Almost dispossessed. Torres. Back to Dunham. Dunham will launch it forward. Sanchez gets ahead on it. Caspin heads it back. Bretas gets a touch, but Lim's able to come away with it.
DePino pressured, gets away from Akintobi. Cooper Sanchez there for reinforcements on defense for Atlanta United.
NYC able to hold on. Molinari. NYC looking for some options. Molinari will pass it back to Rizzo. Molinari out to the left. Back to Molinari. To Smith. Molinari. Atlanta United putting a lot of pressure. They'll switch sides. We'll try it from the right. Campos. Lim. Lim will try the shot. And that one will go wide.
Lim tried to turn to set up his right foot, had a little bit of space. Got under it just a little too much. Looking far post, ends up going over the crossbar, so it'll be a goal kick here. Halfway through the 45th minute, Atlanta United with the 3-0 lead. A brace from Hurlock, goals in the 31st and the 36th, but Ashton Gordon started things off in the 8th minute.
Akintobi. His shot blocked. NYC able to chest it down, trying to win it back as Akintobi. It will fall back to Rizzo. Caspin. This ref is holding up 1, so I believe we'll get 1 minute of stoppage time. Long ball. A really high boot, but Akintobi's able to clear it. Play will stop.
Braden Dunham down for Atlanta United. Here comes the physio, and I think as Braden Dunham challenged, it was when he came down after being airborne and just landed on that ankle, and so these he's on his back obviously, and there's the physio. And that'll do it for the first 45, while the physio for Atlanta United takes a look at Braden Dunham.
Going in a halftime score here at the Children's Health Care of Atlanta Training Ground. It's 3-0 Atlanta United. We'll be right back here on ATLUTD.com with the second half with myself and John Nelson.
Welcome back to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground, getting you ready for the second half here in the U-18 match with Atlanta United and NYCFC. Madison Cruz there, John Nelson here, and Maddie, 3 goals to the good for Atlanta United. Here's how it all broke down. Walk us through it.
We'll start with the first goal. A beautiful ball in from the right from Vincinetti. A great ball in, able to find Ashton Gordon, who is able to head it down into the ground into the back of the net to make it 1-0. Then a great ball from Cooper Sanchez to find Stephen Hurlock at the top. Great composure and just able to slide it right past and to make it 2-0 for the Five Stripes. And the man himself, Stephen Hurlock, once again, one-on-one with the keeper, able to slide past him and in the exact same spot makes it 3-0.
So that's where we are as we get ready for the second half. There's one change for Atlanta United, and it happened at the end of the first half. And Braden Dunham is on the training table behind the Atlanta United bench. He's got an ice pack on the ankle, and so it is a substitution there for Atlanta United. Elon Ettinger, 4 in for 8 for Atlanta United here in the second 45 minutes. Atlanta United will be working from left to right as you watch the match here at atlutd.com/live. And the Double Blues of NYCFC will be going from right to left. Atlanta United ready to go here for the second 45. If there are any changes for NYC, obviously we'll go through them as we take a peek at their 11. And it looks like there are some changes. Patrick Cuneo, 16, is in. He'll be on the right-hand side. Looks like he's in for Dylan Thomas. And we'll work through the changes for NYC as we go elsewhere here for the second 45. So Patrick Cuneo is in. Dylan Thomas gives you 45 minutes for NYC here for the U-18. So 11 out, 16 in on the right-hand side for NYC here as we start the second 45.
We'll wait and
I was going to say
let's
false
kick it for
start.
45.
False start, throw the flag, go back 5 yards, and start it again.
Headed out. But Atlanta able to hold on to possession. Ettinger. To Moore. To Dominic Chonqui. Ball up to Hurlock on the left. Back to Chonqui. Flag was raised, and it will be an offside.
Ball touched from an offside position. Here comes the pressure from Atlanta United. NYC trying to work up the right-hand side. Quick touch once and twice. And here comes NYC on a bit of a rush. Got to the inside all the way from the right to the left. Touches there for Lucas DePino. Andre Spacetta is also new here in the second 45. 4 in for the Double Blue. As NYC tries to work a spell of possession up the right-hand side. Touches. Goes over the far touchline. Will be a throw for Atlanta United as they work the way up the left-hand side here. Minute and a half into the second 45.
Dominic Chonqui will jog on over. Moore. Out to Ettinger. He'll pass it back to Greiner. Back out to Ettinger. Was looking to feed it up to Gordon. That ball's intercepted. Lim chips it over the top, and Greiner's there to grab it.
Looking for Sunjic that time. Sunjic had his run timed, but it was a convenient hop for Dylan Greiner, and Atlanta United with possession now here early 48th minute with a 3-0 lead.
Moore will pass it back to Greiner. Up to Sanchez. To Ettinger. Atlanta on the break. A great ball up the right. Gordon. Gordon in the box. Looks for the pass. And a great save from NYC.
John DeStefano extends that left arm, knocks it over the crossbar. It was that close to being 4 goals on the board for Atlanta United.
Just a beautiful ball up from Sanchez. Gordon's able to get the low cross in. Akintobi gets the touch, and DeStefano just comes in with a one-handed save.
Strong arm and wrist there on the left for DeStefano. It ends up being a corner for Atlanta United here. Ashton Gordon will be the one to take. It'll be an in-swinger with the left.
Headed down. Gordon's there to collect. Bretas. He'll run back and we'll pass it all the way back to Greiner. Back in his box. Was looking to pass it up to Akintobi. But it will roll out. Will be a throw in for NYC. They'll throw it in quickly.
It looks like Andres Becerra is in for Adonis Campos. So 2 changes on the right-hand side for NYCFC here in the second 45. Work up the right-hand side, trying to get it inside the 18. Ball knocked away by the defense of Atlanta United. And Cuneo, with his first touch and involvement, creates a corner for NYCFC here late in the 50th minute.
It was a great run from Dominic Chankwi. Was just able to get right in between the player and the ball to knock it out for the corner.
One player inside the 6 for NYC, headed out by Atlanta United, but not all the way out. Lim will settle, and he'll go back to Jabbar Johnson, who is also in the second 45 for NYC. Seymour Reed tries to chest it down at the edge of the arc. Ettinger there to defend for Atlanta United. Lim back into the middle, looking for Molinari. Molinari to his right to Ben Caspin. Caspin. Cuneo. Lim once again looking to his right. NYCFC trying to work it to the inside of the 18. In looking toward top of the 6, looking for Seymour Reed. Headed up into the air, headed twice, and Dylan Greiner will grab for Atlanta United.
Great awareness from Dylan Greiner. Just able to get into the mix, grab the ball to restart possession for the Five Stripes as they lead 3-0 as we enter in the 52nd minute. Greiner's ball intercepted by NYC as they're back on the attack. Reed was able to drive into the box. It was cleared by Atlanta. And now NYC, we look to restart.
Looking to Lim in the middle. Had Molinari to his left. Works it all the way over to Andres Becerra. Becerra, edge of the 18, looking far post. Up and over too much as he was looking for Luka Sunjic there. It'll end up being a goal kick for Atlanta United here. Late in the 52nd minute. Atlanta United 3 goals to the good here at the U-18s.
Greiner out to Moore. Moore finds Sanchez. Sanchez. Bretas. Out to Gordon. Akintobi. Low cross Sanchez, and that one goes in! Cooper Sanchez wanted it on the scoring here today and makes it 4-0 here in the 53rd minute.
Let's take another look at it. Akintobi looking inside, one flick. Cooper Sanchez in behind. Nicely done there by Atlanta United for the 4th goal on the board.
I believe John DeStefano also got a touch on it.
He did. I think DeStefano was also leaning to his left as the ball was heading to his right, and so tried to extend it as best he could. And it looks like a couple of subs for Atlanta United. Landon Zuniga checking in. And Santiago Pita checking in as well. So day is done for Aiden Torres and Ashton Gordon. Zuniga, Pita in. Torres and Gordon out here in the halfway through the 54th minute. Back to DeStefano. NYCFC. Becerra with the touch up the left. Closing distance very, very quickly was Akintobi. So it'll be a throw right near center line for NYCFC. Akintobi gets between Seymour Reed and the ball. Atlanta United trying to win possession. Cooper Sanchez. 2-3 separate NYC players are there. Pita with his first touch into center circle. Give to Hurlock. Hurlock to Akintobi on the right-hand side.
Akintobi looks for the ball up top. It will be a foul on Atlanta. Vincinetti. Both trying to win the ball.
Hand fighting with Rizzo, and they thought that the hand fighting was a little too much by Atlanta United in that case. Molinari. Here comes the pressure from Atlanta United. Seymour Reed in the middle. Lim almost picked off by Bretas. Kept possession out the right-hand side. Cuneo overlapping run to his right. He'll try to sweep it in with the left. Easy grab for Dylan Greiner. Greiner thought about the quick outlet to Landon Zuniga, but he'll hang on to it. And here comes Atlanta United once again.
An absolute rocket, and Greiner just with great composure just fell right into his hands, was able to hold it. It's also great awareness to almost take it and try to make it quick, but also taking the time and letting things settle for a little bit.
Zuniga knocked over by Becerra, so it ends up being a free kick for Atlanta United, and they will rebuild up the left-hand side.
Chonqui. Bretas. Back to Chonqui. Has the ball taken from him as NYC is back with possession, and they'll pass it out to the right.
Cuneo from DePino. Edge of the 18 over on the far side. Tries to chip it in. Almost scorpion kicked outside of the 18, but possession's kept by NYC and by Gianluca Rizzo. Rizzo to DePino. DePino, Becerra. Back to DePino, and then back to the center backs of Rizzo and Jabbar Johnson. Looking for Seymour Reed. Reed couldn't handle. Touch a little bit too much, and so it'll end up being a goal kick for Atlanta United here as we turn to the 58th minute. Atlanta United 4 goals to the good.
Ettinger. Akintobi. Greiner finds Sanchez. Back out to Caden Moore. Passes it long to Stephen Hurlock. Hurlock able to chest it down, able to hold possession. pass it out to the right. Vicinetti's shot is blocked. It will go out for a corner.
Akintobi with the encouragement on the way by after the shot was taken. Let's take another peek.
A great ball from Hurlock to find Vincinetti. And it's another great block by the NYC defense. I've had a lot to do tonight.
Don't get ahead of yourself. It's still late morning. Tonight is first team. We got U-18s and U-16s first.
Some people might not even have their coffee yet.
I haven't.
Low cross. It will go out. Will be a throw-in for the Five Stripes. This is in the 59th minute. Atlanta leads 4-0 to NYC. Pita.
Jabbar Johnson there for NYC to dispose and send it back into Atlanta United's defensive half, and they'll rebuild with Bretos.
Great ball up top, but that one will be offside. It was a good idea. Just wasn't able to time that run right.
Once again, reminder after this one, 11 o'clock Eastern time at atlutd.com/live. It's the U-16 match between Atlanta United and NYCFC. And then you have your afternoon to do with whatever you wish to get all your errands run.
Or, you know, college football.
What is this college football of you speak? Seymour Reed with the shot. Easy grab by Dylan Greiner.
What you have to do is have just the multi-view. You
Yes.
have soccer on one, you'll have college football on the other. Multiple TVs, computers in use today.
That is without question.
Maybe use your phone. Phone's another one.
I'm trying to think of just how many devices could be fired up in my house. Probably 5 or 6 separate. Foul on NYC that time. I think it was a foul on Jabbar Johnson.
Ettinger. Surveying his options. We'll find Akintobi. Akintobi was looking to thread it up to Vincinetti. It will be a throw-in for the Five Stripes. Ettinger to Moore. Moore under pressure. Finds Bretas. He's tripped up. Ball is taken by NYC.
Sunjic bumped off the ball. Reed out to the right. Just inside the 18 over on the far side. Ben Caspin playing a bit of an advanced role now. Caspin was on the charge and ended up being a corner for NYC. Last time that there was a corner for NYC, they only had one player inside the 6. And DePino now is the safety valve, about 10 yards away from the far corner. Normal circumstances, it'll be an in-swinger, hand in the air. In-swinger with the left, they're going to play short option to DePino. DePino looking right to the penalty spot, headed up into the air. Akintobi got there first. Evan Lim pops it back up into the air. Down once and twice, and the flag is up. Bit of pressure there from NYC, trying to get a goal on the board. Take another look at it here. See Evan Lim popping the ball up into the air, and advancing in front of Dominic Chong-Kui was NYC, so it ends up being offside. Early 63rd minute, and Atlanta United leading NYC's U-18s 4-0.
It was a good idea, just wasn't able to be in the right position at the right time. NYCFC throw.
DePino winning possession away from Akintobi. Johnson trying to go along looking for Reed. Too much on it. Goes straight to Griner. Something to keep an eye on here, especially late morning. The way that the field 3 is laid out. Atlanta United is staring into the sun, so it could be a challenge if the ball gets kind of popped up into the air a little bit for Dylan Griner. We'll keep an eye on it, too, at the end of this one here in the second 45 here, and then for the U-16 match coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll see how much of an issue the sun is for the keepers here on screen left as we go here this morning at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground.
The wind is also slowly picking up. Don't know if we'll get to a point where it might affect a couple things. We are getting into a little bit more of fall here in Georgia. Might not seem like it.
Oh, it seems like it. You're not wrong.
I'm just waiting for the one day I wake up waiting for it to be cold, and it's now back to being like 75, 80.
I think that's going to be Monday.
See, I knew.
Pinball working its way through at NYC. DePino with the pass. Bretos was there to defend, looking for Sunjic, but it ends up being a throw for Becerra at NYCFC. Reed looking for Sunjic inside the 18. Caden Moore is there to defend. Nicely done to keep it away from Sunjic. But Akintobi loses possession to Molinari. Molinari, amongst about 4 Atlanta United players, tried to swing it toward net with the right. Hit it flush instead, goes over the inline goal kick.
One of those moments where you got to clear it. You got to be able to clear it. You got to get it out of your defensive half. Anything you can do. Because you had multiple NYCFC attackers right there who were just able to capitalize and regain possession and then try the attack again. As we're in the 65th minute, Atlanta leads NYC 4-0. Thanks to a brace from Stephen Hurlock. A goal from Ashton Gordon. And another goal from Cooper Sanchez. And that's where we stand here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. As the ball bounced into the stands.
Well, it's very, very Plinko-ish of the ball to behave and help out Akintobi there. It goes off of Becerra, ends up in like row 7. Works its way back conveniently down for the throw for Atlanta United.
The ball just slowly bounced down.
Becerra back to DeStefano. Ettinger wins possession for Atlanta United. And the flag is up. Nice idea. Looking for Vicenetti. And substitution. Chris Arias is checking in for NYC. And so Arias here in the 67th minute. Lucas Sunjic's day is done. And they're pulling the, I guess it's like an HD card or a data chip or something. Like the day is, the vests that players wear now for analytics to figure out how much you've run, how long you've run. Literally, Sunjic goes over to the bench, and the assistant, nicely done there to get the ball away from Seymour Reed.
Very nice. It started with Chonqui, was able to track it down, was able to pull it back, and then Moore just able to slide it through. Zuniga. Looks for the low cross in. It's cleared from the box.
Lim there for NYC. But yeah, literally you saw Sunjic walk over. They pull the HD card out. It's like, you're allowed to sit now. You may sit.
Ball did roll out of play. Didn't go all the way over into the other field.
Didn't go to field 4 yet. Don't encourage.
It was just in the little gravel
In the walkway?
walkway.
Yeah. NYC up the right-hand side, trying to keep possession away from Julian Bretos off the turnover. NYC with a bit of a break. Seymour Reed available in the middle. Lim pulls it up. And there's Bretos back in behind to win possession for Atlanta United there. Nicely done.
Great turn. Zuniga tries the shot himself. It will be deflected. So we'll get a corner for the Five Stripes. That all started from a great challenge from Bretos to win it back.
Molinari was the first defender for NYC, and it ends up rocketing off of Gianluca Rizzo for the corner for Atlanta United here. Santiago Pita will be the one to take.
An in-swinger. It will be punched out. Back to Pita. Tries another cross. That one will go out, and it will be a goal kick.
A little too much weight on it, looking to the far post. It almost set itself up like a second corner, like a back-to-back corner opportunity for Atlanta United there. Pita was looking far post. 3 NYCFC defenders were there. Make sure the ball went over the inline for the goal kick.
Ettinger able to win it back. Pita coming forward, looks for the shot. Such a tight angle, and it did take a deflection, so it will be another corner. We'll take one more look at it.
You see the angle that Pita had to work with, a very, very tight angle, and it was almost there, upper 90 far post. Well thought out with the placement. And so we'll see what, with 20 minutes to go, what Santiago Pita has in mind. In-swinger with the left. Remember last time, punched clear by DeStefano.
Another in-swinger. Tried to head it down. DeStefano's there. Was trying to see if he could play it quick. Too many bodies, and he'll roll it back out.
Rizzo, DeStefano. Molinari playing a little bit more centrally here in the second 45. This front line of 4 of Atlanta United causing a lot of problems in the setup for NYCFC. Molinari to Lim. Chris Arias calling for it. Arias has been in for a few minutes, hasn't been able to get any touches or engagement so far for NYC. Molinari spins away from trouble. Center circle. A couple of passes, keeps possession for NYC. Centrally, Arias, his first involvement, ends up going back to Rizzo. Lim looking up the right-hand side. He's got Cuneo. Chongqui defending him there. Good run of possession here by NYC. Late in the 72nd minute. Now working up the left. Becerra. To the inside. And DePino. Pushed off the ball and cleared, but not all the way out. Evan Lim will wind. Blocked again by Atlanta United. And here comes Atlanta United on the left-hand side, Stephen Hurlock.
Solid defense. Atlanta now looking for the counter. Hurlock tried to feed it up, and it will be intercepted by NYC.
Becerra available on the left-hand side. Keeping it was Chris Arias. DePino. Hurlock, just the physicality, and we've seen this on a couple of different occasions with one-on-ones where the physicality for Atlanta United has won the ball back quickly and just quelled any kind of a rush for NYC.
It's great work from the whole 11 players on the field, not only the back line, but also the attackers. Everyone coming back to help defend and able to win the ball back in those positions, because that's also in this situation, too, when you're leading by 4-0. NYC is going to push you into your defensive half. That's going to leave wide openings for you to possibly get a run in up front and create the counter.
Director of Methodology, Dr. Javier Perez, here this morning. He's got his notebook. He's got his early morning smoothie. And it looked like he was a good couple of pages in on his notes. Caden Moore clears, not all the way out. Jabbar Johnson in possession for NYC. As Rizzo to his left decides to go into the middle. Evan Lim almost dispossessed, back to Johnson. Tall drink of water at center back Johnson for NYCFC. Atlanta United trying to get out of the jam in their own defensive half. Lim had possession, and Dominic Chong-Kui wants to knock Patrick Cuneo off the ball. He does. Ends up a throw for the Five Stripes.
Throw-in will go all the way back to Moore, who will pass it to Greiner. Really impressed me with this match is Dominic Chong-Kui's physicality. Something he did a lot of, especially with the twos this season. Saw him go up against a lot of great opponents for the twos. As Atlanta's on the attack, Akintobi has the ball stolen from him, and NYC able to keep it. Zuninga looks for the shot. DeStefano's there.
Looked like DeStefano might have been screened a little bit, picked it up late, but he ends up moving to his left to get possession for NYCFC to keep it at 4-0 here. 15 minutes to go. Rizzo thought about going long to Cuneo, and he kept it. Now up the right-hand side, it's NYCFC.
The 76th minute, the Five Stripes lead NYCFC 4-0. 3 of those goals came in the first half. 1 goal from the second was from Cooper Sanchez.
Jabbar Johnson back and forth with Gianluca Rizzo. Now up the right. Swept all the way to the left-hand side. DePino. So a little bit of help from Molinari. Becerra challenged by Akintobi. Last touched by Atlanta United. It's going to end up being a throw. Substitutions coming in for NYC here in the 77th minute. Sammy Ramirez will be checking in, as will Alex Vaz. So that means that the day is done for Ben Caspin. And it also looks like the day's done for Seymour Reed. So all of the position subs have been used. The only one left for NYC is the second keeper, Eduardo De Gering. So Rizzo now in possession inside the attacking half for NYCFC. Bumped by Akintobi. Possession kept by Jabbar Johnson. Johnson out to his right. Ball's intercepted by Atlanta United. They're on a rush.
Ooh, great awareness from Hurlock. Hurlock trying to make it a hat trick, but he was bodied off the ball, and NYC's back on it. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's those small passes. NYC has been able to pin them into their defensive half, but it's those types of passes, it's those small mistakes you wouldn't think of that Atlanta can capitalize on and then start the counter, and then there's no one there to help defend. So then you have a situation where it is one-on-one.
Chance here for NYC. Defense is there for Atlanta United. Evan Lim off the right-hand side. Take another peek.
Stephen Hurlock, just great awareness, able to step in, win the ball back. Just a bit of a heavier touch to try and bring it forward as well. I believe we're getting another ball because that ball got lunged into the pavilion.
Upper tank, there it is, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's on the ledge right now.
Got a great view for the final 12 minutes. Substitutions about ready to come in for Atlanta United here in a second. So it looks like it's going to be Kedwin Flores and Grayson Armistead checking in. First chance. Corner for NYC. It'll be an in-swinger with the left. Headed right toward Dylan Greiner. Punched clear. And a chance to reset for NYC. Intercepted by Bretos, as Sammy Ramirez had his first touch. And Bretos will follow. And it ends up as yet another corner for NYCFC here, turning into the 80th minute. And it looks like Lucas DePino once again will be the fail-safe option, about 10 yards away from the corner flag.
It's interesting, too, for NYC, the way they're positioned right now. You have all of Atlanta into the box to try to defend. You still have two players out to help defend just in case that counter does come.
Evan Lim, as the ball, as you mentioned the wind a little earlier, the ball kind of got caught up in the breeze. Lim, under normal circumstances, I'm sure would have had the chance to fire from just inside the D. Ball kept by Becerra. Bretos finds DePino. The head tennis continues 4 deep, and it ends up with Jabbar Johnson in possession, center circle. He'll give to Gianluca Rizzo. Johnson out to his right, and Sammy Ramirez.
Molinari. 81st minute. Atlanta leads 4-0. NYC trying to break through the solid defense of Atlanta United.
Ramirez over on the far side. He's held up by Zuniga. Forced to cut it back inside to Jabbar Johnson. He'll give it once again to Rizzo, center circle. Becerra, Akintobi on the challenge. Looking to find Lucas DePino. Can he track it down at the corner flag? Yes, he can. Takes a bit of a big hop. DePino and Hurlock. It'll go off of DePino. And now your Atlanta United substitutions.
It was great work from Stephen Hurlock. Able just to body, shield the ball, able to then win the throw-in for the Five Stripes. Is Dominic Chonqui checks out of the match. Had a great performance here today.
So Hurlock is out, Chonqui is out. And Grayson Armistead is in, 79. And Kedwin Flores is in, 16. Two on three turned into a 1-on-3. As DePino tried to win possession for NYCFC. Did not happen. Akintobi with the throw here, early 83rd minute.
Ball falls to Greiner. to Caden Moore. A foul will be called against NYCFC. Ettinger. We'll pull it back. Thought about the long ball. We'll have to bring it back to Greiner. Moore. Pulls it back to Greiner. Misplayed ball, was looking for Sanchez. Wasn't able to get a good touch on that. That ball falls right back to Greiner. A dangerous opportunity for NYC. Rolled back out to Ettinger. Vincinetti was brought down. He was pulled down. This will be a free kick for the Five Stripes.
Gianluca Rizzo playing through the whistle. Thought he'd won possession. Charging in toward Dylan Greiner. Rizzo was the one on the pull down on the foul, and here comes Atlanta United once again.
Ball rolled him. Caden Moore. Ettinger. Long ball out to Akintobi. But DeStefano's there. And now with entering the 85th minute, Atlanta still leads 4-0. NYC still looking to try and get a goal on the board.
Rizzo looking for DePino, intercepted.
Intercepted, will roll back out for NYC.
Molinari. Give to Alex Vaz, and Vaz's first touch works its way over to Canillo. He could not control Armistead there for Atlanta United, and he'll be there for the throw. Late 85th minute, handful of minutes to go here with Atlanta United with the commanding lead.
Freitas was looking to connect with Armistead.
Inside to Alex Vaz for NYC. Challenges there, popped up once and twice. Bretos clears, not all the way out, but now here comes a charge for Atlanta United.
Atlanta on the counter, unable to hold possession. NYC coming through, and that will be a card.
Jabbar Johnson on the challenge.
It was a studs up challenge. So we'll take a look at it. He's coming in, able to come away with it. And as he's coming in, a very late challenge, as the ball was already going away from both players. Ettinger. Sanchez. A heavy touch will fall right into NYC. DeStefano will launch it out to the right.
Sammy Ramirez cuts it to the inside. DePino calling for it, gets to Becerra instead. 3.5 minutes plus any other added time to go here. Vaz to Molinari. Vaz lets it roll through to Lucas DePino. Molinari in the middle to Ramirez, back to Jabbar Johnson. Over to Gianluca Rizzo. Evan Lim's been trying to be the fulcrum for NYCFC for most of this match, and they've kept him in. Atlanta United's kept him in check a great deal. Becerra, DePino past Cooper Sanchez. He'll hang on to it. Becerra double teamed in the corner right by the corner flag. It's going to stick with NYC.
Great, solid defense from Atlanta United. Just haven't allowed NYC to really create too many chances. As Flores steals the ball. Flores coming forward. There was a grab. Ref says play on.
So here comes NYC again. Becerra. Akintobi there. And the flag is up.
Ettinger standing over it as we enter in the 89th minute. Armistead will pull it back. Moore. Griner. Bretas. Almost has that ball stolen, but it rolls to Akintobi. Akintobi's ball looking for Flores, but it's intercepted. NYC will look to build.
Rizzo into the middle looking for Evan Lim. The return, a little too much on it, having to backtrack a little bit. Jabbar Johnson. 1 minute plus added. Clinical performance on offense by Atlanta United. Defense has been stout, frustrating NYCFC.
Some key playmakers from Atlanta United looking to continue their success from last season. A lot of them with their success from Atlanta United too. As that ball stolen, Flores pulls it back. Pita driving in the midfield. He is fouled. We'll get a free kick. As we're in the 90th minute. They take it quickly.
Looks like it's going to stay in.
As it is David Armistead, but the flag is up for offside.
And that'll do it.
A dominating performance from Atlanta United. Some names that we've heard quite a bit got on the score sheet. It started with a beautiful goal from Ashton Gordon, a beautiful header. Then Stephen Hurlock with a brace in the first half. And then to make it 4-0, Cooper Sanchez. But a great dominating performance offensively, but also defensively, able to hold NYC and not allow them to get anywhere in the attack.
So 4-0 your final score here at atlutd.com/live on the U-18s. Coming back at 11 o'clock Eastern. It is the U-16s. Thanks for hanging out with us here on atlutd.com/live. For Madison Cruz and our friends at ASMG, I'm John Nelson. Play it safe. Hope you've enjoyed Atlanta United Soccer. We'll see you back here at 11 o'clock. Well, it's a little after 11 a.m. We were close. Welcome back to atlutd.com/live. Match number 2 here on a Saturday morning. Temperatures start at around 50 degrees out here in suburban Atlanta. Time for the U-16s with Atlanta United and NYCFC. We'll go through the starting lineups here. We'll start off with the visitors, NYCFC's U-16s. In net, Olu Ajayi. He's wearing 26. Lance Lessie is one of your center backs, along with Lucas Ferreira wearing the captain's armband, wearing number 32. In front of them, Dylan Pimentel wearing 31. Juan Kang wearing number 20. Julian Dolores wearing 45. Midfield 2, Andrew Onate Pico wearing 28. Leonardo Paletta wearing number 30. 3 up top, El Haji Sam, 37 left to right. James Bilden in the middle wearing 22. And Desmond wearing number 42 for NYCFC. Maddie, what about for Atlanta United's U-16s?
All right, we'll start with the goalkeeper, number 55, James Donaldson. We'll go from left to right. We have Christian Williams, Nolan Lancaster, Kai Baptiste, and then number 33, Isaac. And in the midfield, Damola Brown, Didi Sabrian, and then up there we have Santi Suarez, Tristan Lee, up top Amir Henry, and on the right, Ivory Covington.
U-18's kicked us off very, very early here on Saturday morning. Dominating win for Atlanta United, winning 4-0. And so here is match number 2 of the doubleheader. Next week it will be Orlando City's time. So we'll have the 2 matches with Atlanta United and with Orlando City. That'll be next week. Match number 2 here today against NYC.
It was an electric first match.
It was.
4 goals.
So we'll see what happens here. Atlanta United, they are in their dress blacks. NYCFC are in their double blues, the light blue with the dark blue numerals. And those of us who are up here, just shy of center line, would like to thank both teams for their uniform choices today, so it'll be easier to read numerals here on a Saturday morning.
Very helpful.
Time to roll it for 45. Olu Ajay with the first touch. He'll pop it up into the air. And here comes El Hadji Sam for NYCFC up the left-hand side. Tries to chip it in toward the net. Easy one hop and grab for Atlanta United here. First touch in the first 20 seconds.
Great awareness from Donaldson. Came out right at the corner of the goal. As he'll set it down. Bring it out to Lancaster. Out to Williams. Williams on the right side. That ball deflected and NYC intercepts. But it's picked back up by Atlanta in the midfield. Out to Covington. Covington cuts inside, looks for the cross. It's brought down by NYC. They'll clear it, but it falls to Lancaster. Back out to Williams. Williams on the left. That ball's intercepted, and NYC has an opportunity to break. They'll pull it back.
First chance to build for NYC. El Hadji Sam once again. Nicely done to get around the Atlanta United defense. Dylan Pimentel, he'll play it back into the middle of the park. El Hadji Sam once again looking to go inside the 18. He stood up. Atlanta United with possession, and they'll work it inside the 18. They'll go back to the keeper to build.
Henry. Battle for the ball, but NYC comes away with it. But it's cleared, and there will be a foul against Atlanta.
Leonardo Paletta trying to get the offense started for NYCFC. Take another look.
Both just fighting for the ball. Ultimately, as it's coming in, it's that leg that comes out to trip him up.
Lucky off the deflection for NYC to maintain possession. Inside center circle, but here comes Atlanta United, but the flag is up.
It was a great ball up top. Just not in the right position, just wasn't aware and wasn't able to get back into position.
Early maneuvers from Dobbins this morning, if you hear that over the top. The Air Reserve Base up and running on a Saturday morning. Foul on NYC. That time it was James Bilden trying to win possession for NYC, but here comes Atlanta United once again. Alhaji Sam on the challenge, wins it back for NYC, so it will end up being a throw for Dylan Pimentel. Pimentel at center line over Sam. Second joust. Onate Pico wins possession for NYC. Paletta. He'll go back to Lucas Ferreira. Ferreira wearing the captain's armband here in this match here this afternoon. Big wind and fire blocked by Atlanta United. And there was a whole lot of spin on it, but it ends up going over the inline for our first corner of the match for NYC.
It was a great step in between Nolan Lancaster.
Ball was a bit of a slider headed toward the edge of the 6, cleared by Atlanta United. One back by NYC, looking for Alhaji Sam. He tries to chase after it, wins possession, pokes it forward, tries to win it again, and you're going to get a penalty. Early 5th minute. Penalty call by the man with the whistle, so let's take another look.
Initially looking at it, I thought it was clean coming forward. He gets ball, but I think what it might be is that he trips over him after he's able to clear it. It's a hard line. It's hard.
Might have gotten to the ball first. Contact still made with Alhaji Sam, so it looks like. Try and see who is.
It's one of those fouls where it could go either way. I've seen it in games where a call like that is called and it is a penalty. But then I've also seen games where it's a good challenge and it rolls out and it's a corner. But James Donaldson gets set.
Looks like it's Desmond who will take. Desmond wearing 49 this morning and not 42. Has been asked by the man with the most powerful whistle here on field number 3 to readjust and place on the penalty spot, and here we go. Into the corner, Desmond scores. NYCFC's U-16s with the first goal on the board off the penalty spot here early 7th minute, 1-0.
Just able to beat Donaldson. It's a great penalty. Very confident, stuck with the way he was going to. Had Donaldson diving the other way. And just like that, NYC's on the board.
So NYC with the lead. In the U-16 match, U-18 match was all Atlanta United. So let's see how Atlanta United responds here, down an early goal.
Atlanta will bring it back to Donaldson. He'll launch it out to Williams. Williams chests it down. A couple deflections, but Atlanta able to hold on to possession. Isaac. Baptiste. Donaldson. Finds Suarez. Suarez turns it. has that ball cleared, but Atlanta's still able to hold possession. Was looking for the through ball up top to Lee, but it was way overhit, and we'll go out for a goal kick.
Time to talk meteorology a little bit, I guess.
Okay. Meteorology.
Weather. Yes.
I know.
Well, up here, then it's a couple of things to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Obviously, the sunlight in James Donaldson's face here in the first 45. Atlanta United opting to have the sun at their back for the second 45. Pass up the left-hand side to Alhaji Sam. Well defended by Atlanta United, and Atlanta United will try and rebuild up the middle.
Great turn from Suarez. Great ball up top to Covington. Covington on the right. Brings it in, looks for the low cross. It takes a couple deflections, and then it will deflect out for a corner.
But as we were mentioning in the first match, the wind where we are, and we're right just shy of center line. Wind, you can feel it at the top of the bowl here on field 3. Flags are not moving. They're shielded by the trees to the south. But it looks like there were some early passes that were kind of held up in the wind working their way from left to right. So we'll see how much of an effect it has here in this 90 minutes here this afternoon. Headed up into the air, and Oluwajayi will grab.
John Nelson, Atlanta United's own meteorologist.
I'm not certified, though. I'm just looking at – flags aren't moving. But our study materials are, and we're feeling the breeze up here. So once the ball gets caught up to about the second floor, then you kind of feel it and see what's going on. And I guess we need to kind of hide some things. Wow. That's a first. That is an absolute first. And what you're missing by not having a camera up here is the sprinkler systems are working well here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. Chance for Atlanta United in toward the 6. Ajayi is there for the save. Alhaji Sam tried to clear it away. Sticks his foot into a tackle. Win possession for NYCFC. Coming back the other way. James Bilden with the first touch. Gets the return. He's on the sprint. Wants to cut it back to his left foot. He will do so. Looking for Alhaji Sam at the near side of the 18. Ball kind of held up into the wind like we were just saying. Looking for Bilden. And it's going to be touched from an offside position by Bilden. Flag is up for offside. So how much of your life got wet just now?
Not too much, actually. I just had to wipe off my screen a little bit. My jacket might be a little soaked. Having some fun here in the second broadcast.
Yeah, legitimately, I think this is the first time that I have ever gotten wet.
For the viewers at home, the sprinkler system at the top field where we are located are going off to water the grass pitch.
Where the first team practices.
And
they're in
we
Orlando,
just got a little
kind
wet.
of busy. Yeah, a little wet.
We just got a little wet.
I'm to the point where I know I'm going to have to clean up my glasses here in a second.
It was one of those I saw it coming. But
Yeah, I didn't know if it was going to have the reach that it was going to make. So the next time that Atlanta United's in possession, by the way, that was an attempted rush up the right-hand side with one boot.
It looks like Covington, as he was making the break,
he lost his shoe.
He lost it. He
lost his left shoe. And here comes round number 2.
I was trying to motion you this way.
Well, I didn't know why. Because I was looking behind me and I'm like, is it going to have enough reach to get here for the second cycle?
I'll give you a signal when it's coming.
Just say moo. How about that?
Henry's one-on-one, still has it. Slides it past, and Atlanta United ties it. up the right side. Ivory Covington is able to find Henry. Henry's able to do a couple of turns, able to bypass the back line for NYC. And just like that, Atlanta United ties it up. A beautiful turn from Henry.
Great 360 there after getting the pass from Covington. Dodging all the traffic, and so now as we turn to the 14th minute, technically we'll call it the 13th, and so now we're even at ones.
Henry dodging all the traffic like me and you are trying to dodge the sprinkler system over here.
Well, Henry and Covington are a little bit more successful in dodging it than we were. So yeah, the next time that Atlanta United has sustained possession, let me clean my glasses. Oluwajai starts it for NYC, and you can right there, the ball kind of held up into the air with a bit of a tailwind.
I mentioned it in the first game that the wind had started to blow a little bit. It wasn't to the point where it could start affecting, but now, as we get a little bit further into the day, that cool breeze will start affecting where the trajectory of that ball will go as NYC is able to steal back possession or on the break.
Paletta looking inside the 18, looking for Bilden. A bunch of Atlanta United players were there instead, and so once again working left to right quickly. Al-Haji Sam tries to dispossess. It does work, and here comes NYC again. Dylan Pimentel combining with Haji Sam. Sam looking down the middle for Desmond. Too much on it, and it's grabbed by Atlanta United.
It was great work from Christian Williams. Knew where that ball was going to go, was able to shield it so that Donaldson could come forward with the grab. As Suarez pass it out. Williams, Suarez is able to launch it up top. Still able to keep it. Took a heavy touch. That one will roll out. Will be a goal kick for NYC.
Lucas Ferreira committing to trying to go for the long clearance. Got caught up in the deflections, but possession couldn't be kept by Atlanta United here. As we turn 16th minute, drawing at 1. And I know now you've got to look over your right shoulder. You're looking over your right shoulder to see when the cycle happens for the sprinkler system.
I'm watching out for both of us.
Foul on Atlanta United as Ferreira is taken down.
We each got 2 different jobs today. You're a meteorologist as a commentator. I'm sprinkler watcher and commentator.
And sprinkler watcher, all talented lookout. Thanks for hanging out with us here at atlutd.com/live. Alongside Madison Cruz, I'm John Nelson, and our friends here from ASMG helping us out with the 2 matches here today. Al-Haji Sam cuts it inside the 11, wants to cut it to his left foot, does, and the opportunity was there. It looked like Haji Sam was looking far post. Bilden was about a step behind if it was intended to be a pass. Great idea by NYCFC, just misses the far post. Let's take another peek.
It's a great ball in. Able to sneak past the Atlanta United defense, just not on the same page. Even saw a couple of players on the Atlanta bench kind of put their hands to their head like, oh gosh.
Turnover. Bilden looking for Al-Haji Sam again. Al-Haji Sam trying to draw a penalty, isn't going to get it this time. He stays down. Drew it once, tried to draw it again. Here comes Atlanta United.
That was Brown on the attack.
Lance Lessie to defend for NYC to keep the rush from happening down the right-hand side. Late 17th minute, tied at 1.
Will be a throw-in for Atlanta. Sprinkler update. Sprinklers are now off.
Excellent. Approve.
This will be another throw-in for Atlanta United.
Because we are not the priority here. It is the equipment that is the priority. It is not you or I.
Covington's fouled. It will be a free kick.
Al-Haji Sam literally 12 inches away from the touch line and maybe 10 yards from the near side corner flag. Chance for Atlanta United here. AR's measuring the 10 off.
Atlanta was able to tie it up as it sits 1-1 here in the 19th minute.
It looks like the discussion between Paletta and the AR. Ball was advanced about a foot or so, and it goes off of the NYC player. Second
Brown.
chance. An easy grab for Oluwaji. Paletta on a bit of a rush. He gets there second. Ball's held up in the air as Donaldson tries to clear it. It'll be a throw for NYC over on the far side, just shy of center line.
Atlanta able to steal it. Will launch it forward as the ball kind of floats. The wind took the ball up in the air, just kind of moved it a little bit, and that's, you're going to start seeing some of those wayward passes.
Oluwaji to his right. Here comes NYCFC, and a foul by Atlanta United. Halfway through the 20th minute, goal apiece. Desmond from the spot in the 7th minute. And then Henry from Covington in the 13th to tie things up at 1. Pimentel back into the middle. Alhaji Sam. Pimentel once again in possession. Trying to find Donate Pico. Up and over. Well outside of the 18. Ball takes a funny hop. Challenge is there, and here comes Atlanta United with it. And is that going to be enough where James Bilden gets a card or just a talking to? Just a talking to this time for James Bilden.
Just pleading their case, saying that other foul back there, wanted to see why that one wasn't called. Isaac, back to Baptiste. Pass it all the way back to Donaldson, who will launch it forward. It's headed down by the NYC defense. But Atlanta able to hold on to possession. Covington will chip it back out to Isaac. Brown. Trying to feed it up to Covington. NYC trying to get out of their defensive half. Covington. His pass intercepted, will go out for a throw-in for the Five Stripes.
I've just realized that I think I'm going to have to wait till the half to dry off my glasses. Action's too fast. Alhaji Sam trying to win it for NYCFC. Ball swept away from the edge of the 6. It's going to be a throw for Atlanta United's U-16 toward the edge of the NYCFC bench.
Got a new ball because that ball that was launched out of play went into the stands.
Little help.
Pass up to Covington. That is out. It will go out for a corner.
Alhaji Sam lobbying that he was not the last to touch. And they're going to say that he was correct. It's going to go to NYC. And so here comes NYCFC up the right-hand side. Desmond double teamed. Tries to look for Paletta. Dispossessed. And here comes Atlanta United again.
Finds Henry. Henry will pull it back. Trying to bring it inside was Williams. NYC will clear it. It'll fall to Isaac. Covington able to turn it, deliver the cross in. It's deflected. NYC trying to clear it, able to pick it up. Sabrian will tie the shot. That one will be a goal kick.
Just wide of the near post that time. So we'll see what NYCFC does here with the wind at their back. Halfway through the 24th minute, tied at 1. Oluwajai, who is a 2010. Pressure from Atlanta United. Up the right-hand side. They're going to go back to Oluwajai. Ajay up and over. Pimentel. Alhaji Sam. Cuts it inside to his right. Nice chip to Pimentel, edge of the 18. Back to Alhaji Sam, about 22 away from goal. Paletta pulls the trigger, it's blocked. And here comes Atlanta United once again.
Suarez. Suarez on the break, has options. He's going to chip it forward. Just wasn't on the same page. It was a great idea from Santi Suarez.
Game's opened up a little bit in the last couple of minutes. Pimentel will play it back to Lucas Ferreira. Ferreira directing traffic. Lessie with the back and forth with Oluwajai. And the flag is up. That one was pretty easy to see. Alhaji Sam happened right in front of us. Got in well before the ball was put into the attacking half. And so it's offside, and here comes Atlanta United once again. 1-1 draw here halfway through the 26th.
Just not on the same page for the Five Stripes. Was trying to pass it up to Ivory Covington up on the right.
Pimentel.
Intercepted Suarez. Suarez is tripped up. That will be a free kick.
And that's the second lost cleat that we've had so far here in the first half.
2 lost cleats. We get sprayed with the sprinkler.
One of those mornings. Onate Pico called for the foul right there.
Catches him right at the very end as Suarez is about to make the break.
So it's a 3-player discussion for Atlanta United, 2 on the wall. Pimentel is one of them for NYC.
Covington. Suarez. Suarez winds up. It deflects. It will fall back. Williams to Donaldson. His ball was going to the left, and the offside flag will go up once again.
Once again, the first match of the day was the U-18s with Atlanta United and NYCFC. Busy day here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. Busy day for Stephen Hurlock in the U-18 match. 4-0 Atlanta United winners over NYCFC. And here's match number 2. Early 28th minute, up and over the top. Looking for Desmond now on the left-hand side. Desmond cuts it back to his left foot, stood up. Plays it back into the middle, looking for Paletta. Paletta trying to advance, building forward. And Atlanta United's defense will just let it go over the end line for a goal kick.
You mentioned a little bit before, but the game really has opened up. As we've seen at the very beginning, NYC was able to get the upper hand. They earned the penalty. And then only a couple minutes later, Atlanta was able to crawl back into it, was able to equalize. And now there's been opportunities for both NYC and Atlanta. The great ball up the left. Driving in. Looks for the shot, and it's cleared. Gonna try and keep it in play, but it will roll out.
And a corner over at the far for Atlanta United.
As we'll take another look at it. Threaded the pass up. Tried the low cross in. But it was blocked. It was solid defending from NYC. In swinger. A little low. Looked for the header. But that one went astray.
Flick header, good idea, looking to the far post. So late 29th minute. Tied at 1. Ajay with the outlet to his left. And here comes NYC. Desmond to Pimentel. He's got Bilden to his right in the middle of the field. That's where he goes. Cuts it back to Bilden. Bilden stood up. Possession lost. Here comes Atlanta United once again. 1-on-3, and the challenge kept. Having to chase and track it down is Lance Lessie, and also a part of the discussion, Lucas Ferreira. Ferreira gets it back to Olu Ajay, and NYCFC will reset. Lessie looking forward. Too much on it to Anate Pico. Here comes Atlanta United.
Atlanta able to win it back. Great through ball up top, and it will be offside. It was a great pass up from Santi Suarez to find Tristan Lee. We'll take another look at it. Suarez sees that Lee is coming up, but it just catches him a bit offside.
And that's what keeps us at 1 here. And Olu Ajay at the edge of his 18 plays to Ferreira, and they'll work it up the right-hand side. Desmond and Alhaji Sam have flipped, and so now Alhaji Sam is on the right. Desmond is on the left in the attack for NYC. Paletta called for the foul. It'll stay with Atlanta United.
It was a great turn from Christian Williams. He was then pulled by his arm. The ball's intercepted, and Atlanta's still able to keep it. Looked for the through ball, but now NYC have regained control.
Desmond helping out by playing a little further back. Flips with Pimentel. Pimentel back to Desmond. Being tracked down by a couple of Atlanta United defenders playing advantage. Nice little chip and a shot, and it carries over, and I think the wind helped out there for Atlanta United as the shot from Leonardo Paletta just goes over the crossbar. Good chance for NYC here halfway through the 32nd minute.
A dangerous opportunity. Was able to wind up the shot. A great back heel. And then was able to launch it forward, and I think you're right. The wind helped kind of keep it floating in the air a little bit.
Getting to see the imagination of both of these teams here at the U-16 level. Shot by Paletta just over the bar. Bilden with the dispossess. He's got help to his right, but he'll take it himself, but it's right on. And an easy parry and a grab for Donaldson.
Babst had the ball stolen from him. Created the opportunity, but James Donaldson had it tracked the whole way. Atlanta launches it forward. Unable to get there in time.
Lessie goes full extension to get the ball back to Oluwajai, and NYC will rebuild. Bilden, the intended receiver of the pass, and Bilden's going to get called for the foul. And this might be the James Bilden talking to that we might have thought was going to happen a little earlier. So early 34th minute. Man in the middle has a discussion with James Bilden. And here comes Atlanta United once again.
Atlanta unable to hold on to possession, so we'll go back out for an NYC throw-in.
Alhaji Sam double teamed. I have the impression I'm probably going to be saying that a lot today. Big
Atlanta.
Physical presence.
And there we will see the first card of the match.
A frustrated figure being cut by Leonardo Paletta. Let's take a look.
Atlanta was on the break. Great opportunity, came in, just clipped him. There's been a couple of warnings from the ref for NYC.
So Paletta goes in the book with a yellow. So it'll be a set piece opportunity here for Atlanta United.
Standing over it. Ivory Covington. Floats the ball in. Jumping out to grab it is NYC.
Oluwajai with the quick outlet with the right hand. Desmond tries to go for the big cross to the left, looking for Alhaji Sam. Didn't quite have the angle. It ends up as an easy grab for Donaldson for Atlanta United here. Early 36th minute, tied at 1.
Atlanta will build. Sky it forward. Looking for the run of Suarez. But it will go out, NYC throw. As we're in the 36th minute, it's still tied 1-1 here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. I'm Madison Cruz alongside John Nelson.
Check.
Another foul will get another free kick for Atlanta.
Once again, that's Paletta. So Paletta on a yellow.
Quick out to Baptiste. That ball is kicked out of play. Will be a throw-in for the Five Stripes. Baptiste. Donaldson. Will sky it forward. Was looking for the run of Williams. Did go out, and it will be a corner.
Great recovery there by Atlanta United to track it down. And we mentioned once again how that ball kind of gets held up in the breeze a little bit. I think that helped out Atlanta United there. Ball played off an NYCFC defender, so it will be a corner over on the far corner flag. And an in-swinger with the right.
Tristan Lee. Has the option for the short corner. Instead, they'll switch. Ivory Covington. Covington and Lee having a quick discussion. They'll take it short. Lee finds Suarez at the top of the 18. Back to Covington. Looks for the shot. And Ajayi is there with the grab.
Didn't quite get enough on it. So it was an opportunity there for Ajayi to pounce and stop the rush of Atlanta United. Pimentel for NYC. Back to Lessie, and he'll go back to Olu Ajayi. Juan Kang plays it out to the right. Alhaji Sam tries to get a bit of a 1-2 going. Sticks with NYC off the deflection. Desmond pops it up into the air looking for Bilden. Bilden will calm it down with his right boot. Back into the middle looking for Julian Dolores. NYC keeping possession. Lessie. Out to Onate Pico. Desmond stood up, and you're going to get a foul on Atlanta United. Playing quickly, Juan Kang in the middle. Paletta lets it go to Alhaji Sam. First touch, heavy. Here comes Atlanta United.
On the run, a great touch from Tristan Lee. Lee on the left has options. Cutting in, and it will be blocked.
Good work by Lance Lessie that time, having to backtrack. It was a 3-on-2 for Atlanta United. You see the rush there. There's your third. And then Lessie keeping an eye on the situation. Keeps it clear, keeps it away from Olu Ajayi, but it does turn out to be a corner here for Atlanta United late in the 40th minute.
Had the option to if he wanted to cut inside. He had 2 men up top. Low cross into the box as Brown comes out, will kick it back to Donaldson. Looks for Brown. That one will roll out, and it will be a throw-in for NYC. As we're in the 41st minute. Still tied 1-1.
Paletta's first touch betrays him there. So it'll end up being a throw for Atlanta United quickly.
Lee.
Bilden for NYC. He's coming through the gears. It's 1-on-5 basically. Bilden checked from behind, and he'll play Desmond forward. Desmond keeping possession, working centrally. Bilden will play it back to Pimentel. Onate Pico. Charged forward, circles it back. Juan Kang. Desmond. Step over, cuts it to the inside. Shouldered off briefly, capped back to Juan Kang. Ferreira. Out the right. Back into the middle. Paletta. Paletta once again, remember, he's on the yellow card. Julian Dolores. Alhaji Sam. And it goes over the end line. Had a decent amount of spin to it. Should be a goal kick for Atlanta United here. Early 43rd minute, and it is, I think.
They say it took a deflection.
Okay. Didn't look like it did. Ooh.
Looks like it might have come off the left leg of Christian Williams as it was curving to the outside.
So that means that Alhaji Sam will be the corner taker here at the near corner flag for NYCFC. Here comes reinforcements in the form of Desmond. In swinger with the right. Donaldson, easy grab.
Throws it out quickly. Covington finds Amir Henry. Henry under pressure. It will be knocked out, will be a corner kick. Take another look at it. It's great awareness from Donaldson. Throws it out to find Covington. Covington to Henry. Tries to turn it, and it does take a touch off of an NYC defender. In swinger. Looking for the header. Still loose at the 18. Will launch it. And in another sport, that would be 3 points.
And I'm hoping, okay, so it did roll its way back in. It did not go over through the trees and into the apartment complex next door. I did see it roll back to the fence line. Last minute of the 45 plus any discretionary added time here with the U-16s tied at 1. Onate Pico leaves for Pimentel. Juan Kang, middle of the park. Give to Andrew Onate Pico, back to Pimentel. Back and forth with Kang once again. We'll go back to Lessie. He's got Ferreira to his right. Kang is suggesting to Lessie to play the ball in that direction, and he does. To Lucas Ferreira. Pressure in a couple of different steps for Atlanta United. They end up with it.
Atlanta on the attack. Almost a pass no one was expecting.
And it looked like it hit Pimentel, and Pimentel was like off his heel, trickled back toward Lessie. And Lessie ushers it back to Oluwajai, and here comes the pressure from Atlanta United. North of the 45, not quite looking at the watch yet. And here comes Atlanta United once again up the left-hand side in the attack.
Atlanta able to win it back at the center circle. Has the ball stolen. It will be cleared. That will roll into the opposite field.
Field number 4. Getting a little work after the fact.
Not sure how much stoppage time. I'm assuming from the penalty discussion around 2-3 minutes. Will be an NYC throw.
Looking into the middle, Paletta settles to Alhaji Sam. Ball ushered past Onate Pico to Pimentel. Onate Pico trying to go between defenders. He does. Desmond will track it down. I think he will. Well, it looked like it went over the end line to me. Defended by Atlanta United. Will end up being a throw for NYC here as we can say it was last touched by Desmond. Okay. So Atlanta United will throw it in, and there's your time. So 2 minutes added. So after 45 plus 2, Manny, what'd you think of the first 45 plus 2?
Whew, very back and forth. After the equalizer from Atlanta United, it became a very split match. At the very beginning, NYC had a little bit more control with the PK, and then Atlanta was able to capitalize on a counter to make it 1-1. Ever since then, it's been very back and forth. I think Atlanta has had a lot more promising opportunities as we head into halftime, but NYC has had multiple chances where they could have made it 2-1.
Coaches with magnetic boards are going into the locker rooms, and they're going to look at the adjustments they think they need to make for the second 45. So from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground after the first 45, Atlanta United is their U-16s are tied with NYC at 1-1. We'll see at the beginning of the second half here from Marietta. Welcome back to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground, atlutd.com/live. We're getting ready for the second 45 here for the U-16s involving Atlanta United and NYCFC. 2 goals in the first 45. So let's take a look how we got to this particular moment in time. Madison Cruz, walk us through.
Well, it started really early on. Great ball up the top. That ball did roll out of play. It will start with the penalty here to start off the scoring.
Alhaji Sam with the chase and taken down. Calls for the penalty. And Desmond will send it through, and that's 1-0 in the 7th minute. But Atlanta United would come back with an equalizer.
Atlanta United would be able to come in. Covington able to cut it into Henry. Henry able to turn and then find the open shot to equalize it at 1-1.
So that's where we are as we get you ready for the second 45. Atlanta United, as you're watching the match in their dress blacks, they're going from right to left. NYCFC in their double blues are going from left to right. Maddie, take it away.
That ball will roll out. It will be a corner for the Five Stripes. Really early on. They'll take it low, find Suarez. Suarez chips it up top, looks for the diving header, and that one will go wide.
Definitely some training groundwork on that one to set that up.
It was a beautiful ball in over top from Suarez. We'll take another look at it. Takes it low. Suarez winds up, floats it up top, and then just unable to place it right to get the diving header.
Fedetta back to Olu Ajayi. Ajayi off to his left, and he'll give to Lance Lessie. Lessie being pursued, spins away from trouble. Back to the keeper. Ajayi directing a little traffic here toward the edge of his 18. And he'll send it back to Lessie to regroup. Pimentel to Juan Kang. Back to Lessie. Atlanta United very, very tight defensively, forcing some decisions. Ajayi, Fedetta, Julian Dolores. All deflected by Atlanta United, so Dolores will throw it into Paletta. Paletta on a yellow in the first half. I'll go back to Ajayi once again. Lessie looking long, cuts it through the breeze a little bit. Alhaji Sam couldn't quite catch up to it. Donaldson will grab for Atlanta United 2.5 minutes into the second half.
Bounced right into the hands of Donaldson, and he'll launch it. Will fall to Williams. Headed back down as NYC goes forward, and that will be a foul on Atlanta United. NYC gets ready. They'll have a free kick. They'll take it quickly.
Pimentel pushes away from the Atlanta United defender. Back to Lessie. Lucas Ferreira once again wearing the captain's armband for NYCFC this afternoon. Dolores inside the 18. That attack's headed off, and it will end up being a corner for NYC over on the near side.
Just great work from Tristan Lee. Knew that he had an NYCFC player right behind him, just cleared it out of the 18.
Looks like it'll be an in-swinger with the left. Ball kind of held up, headed once and then deflected away outside the 18. NYCFC trying to regroup. Here comes Atlanta United with possession, but they can't quite hang on to it. Onate Pico to Lessie, and then NYCFC will regroup with El Hadji Sam. Julian Dolores. Paletta. Cleared outside of the 18 by Atlanta United. And here they come on offense.
A great turn up to Amir Henry. Henry. Driving into the box, looks for the cross. A bit overhit, but Atlanta still able to hold on. Launch it in, we'll find Suarez. Suarez with the back heel. And NYC will clear it. Get another look at it. Henry drives into the box. Tries to float it over top. A 5-stripe wasn't there. But they earned the throw-in. Brown. Let that ball roll out, and it will be a throw-in for Atlanta.
Paletta there defensively for NYC to try to force the turnover. To no avail. Here comes Atlanta United once again, but the defense is standing up for NYC about 10 yards inside the attacking half for Atlanta United.
A scramble for the ball. NYC able to come away with it.
El Hadji Sam back to Ferreira and back to Oluwajai. Lessie will start the charge up the left. He'll have to stop. Back to Ajay and over to Ferreira. Dolores was available to the right, opts to go to Lessie at the left. Here comes the pressure from the 5 stripes once again. Ferreira through the line to Paletta. And here comes El Hadji Sam. Through ball. And the flag is up as Donaldson goes down. Shot would end up going wide anyway, but the flag was up for quite some time. Opportunity for NYC goes to the wayside as the offside flag is up from the AR here on the near side.
Was waiting for that flag to go up as he was running through. NYC coming into this match, into the second half, a little bit more control, a little more urgency. Atlanta have had good moments. It's just a couple of turnovers or some passes not being communicated in the right way is what's costing them right now.
Dolores, dangerous idea back to Oluwajai, but now the charge up the left by NYC. Edge of the 18 chipped. One edge of the 18 to the other. El Hadji Sam wants to cut it to his left. Held out by his right. Ends up heading back toward the penalty spot. Shot blocked. Chance cleared away by Atlanta United, but not all the way out. Lessie into the middle. Juan Kang back to Lessie. Lessie up the left-hand side. He's looking for Desmond. Slide tackle to keep Desmond from charging up the left-hand side. It'll be a deep throw for NYCFC. There's your shot and the block and the clearance for Atlanta United halfway through the 53rd minute. Throw inside the 18, in between the line of the 18 and the 6. Atlanta United will clear, but not all the way out. Big launch and saved, parried, big save. Chance was there for NYCFC. Juan Kang wound and fired. Big save by Donaldson early 54th.
One more look at it. Unable to capitalize inside the box. Ball gets cleared. falls to NYC, and just Donaldson with a diving save.
Corner for NYC. Goes to the far side of the 18. Onate Pico sends it up and over the bar. It'll be a goal kick. And that being the only ball on that particular section of the pitch. Donaldson has to go fishing for it a little bit.
Out to Lancaster. We'll feed it out to Baptiste. Baptiste. Back to Donaldson. Donaldson out to Lancaster. He'll pull it back to find James Donaldson. Lancaster looks to the ball up top. Was looking for Tristan Lee. It will be a throw-in for NYC, right near the corner flag.
About 10 yards or so away from the corner flag. Ferreira was there to usher the ball out in the first place. Alhaji Sam back to help things out, being stood up. Ball deflected, didn't go a whole great distance, and so Sam sends it to Onate Pico. And it's going to be a yellow for Atlanta United on the foul to Onate Pico.
As it comes in, it's Santi Suarez. As they're going for the break, he just comes in, clips him from behind. So now we have one Atlanta United and one NYC player sitting on a yellow.
10.5 minutes into the second half, tied at 1. Alhaji Sam, reinforcements in Julian Dolores, ushered out by Atlanta United. Well done there defensively, so it ends up being a goal kick. So the rush up the right ends up no harm for Atlanta United. Still tied at 1 here as we head to the 57th minute.
It was great work from Christian Williams to shield that ball out of play. Baptiste will pull it back to Donaldson. To Lancaster. Back to Donaldson. Out to Baptiste. Beats it up to Isaac. NYC come forward to clear it. Will go out, will be a throw-in for Atlanta. A great ball out to the right, Covington. Covington floats it in the box, it's headed out. And the foul will finally be called against NYC. Will get a free kick for the Five Stripes.
Foul on Paletta that time. Hand fighting going on between Alhaji Sam and Atlanta United. Let's take a peek at the tail end now. You'll see down here, you see the arm locks there. Bit of a wash with Alhaji Sam and Atlanta United, but Paletta called for the foul, second chance through, and here comes Atlanta United again.
Great ball in, looking for Suarez. Just unable to control it. There's a lot of power on that cross. Suarez just wasn't able to bring it down.
Ajay pressured and in. Atlanta United dials up the pressure early 59th minute. Found an opening to try and close the distance between themselves and Olu Ajay. Let's take another look at it. Here's your pressure. And once again, dialed up as it goes back to the keeper and then closing the distance. Well done there by Atlanta United, and it is 2-1 off of the pressure.
Tristan Lee. That is the one thing Atlanta United has been doing so well this entire match, is putting so much pressure on that back line. Ajay just didn't see Tristan Lee coming up right next to him, just wasn't able to clear it in time. And Lee's able to get just that one touch in. And just like that, Atlanta United leads 2-1 here in the 59th minute.
Great anticipation there by Tristan Lee to close the distance and anticipate where Ajay wanted to go with the pass. Just stood in the passing lane, and it was an easy slam dunk into the net for the second goal for Atlanta United. Alhaji Sam to Paletta. Paletta 1-on-2, 1-on-3 inside the 18. Poked away nicely there by Atlanta United. Alhaji Sam lets it go, and it'll be a deep throw for NYCFC about 10 yards from the corner flag here on the near side. Sam chips it in with the right, popped up into the air. And it's going to be a corner for NYC over here on the near side. Rest of the game day roster, the other 7 subs getting their warm-up work in, helped out, made sure that the ball was placed inside the corner arc to get things moving quickly. But you got a player down for Atlanta United. Looks like substitutes might be coming in for NYC as well here with 30 minutes to go.
Alex Lee to check into the match.
Looks like Leonardo Garcia set to check in for NYCFC at the next opportunity. And that's the day for Alhaji Sam. Very, very active on both sides of the ball for the first 60 minutes.
And the goal scorer to make it 2-1, it'll be Tristan Lee, who will check out. Alex Lee will check in his place.
Header flicked on through the opposite edge of the 18. First touch for Garcia. Over toward the far corner flag, dispossessed temporarily. Chipped inside toward the penalty spot. Shot through a couple of players. Easy grab by the end of it all by Donaldson. Deflected twice, but it really didn't disrupt the path a whole lot, and so Donaldson will grab onto it. Here, early 63rd minute, Atlanta United 2 and NYCFC 1 here in the U-16s at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground.
Ball rolled out of play will be NYC. Throw it in quickly.
Looking for Donaldson, too much is there from the left wing. As looked like Pimentel was looking. So once again, it'll be another goal kick for Atlanta United.
Lancaster back to Donaldson. Donaldson under pressure. Atlanta tried to feed it up, but it's intercepted by NYC.
Up the left, it's Desmond. Desmond looking toward the top of the 6, bounces once and twice. Paletta is there. His attempt is blocked. NYC looking for a penalty call. That would be their second of the match. Not going to happen that time. Ref said it was shoulder-to-shoulder contact. Nothing happening. Goes back to Oluwajai, and NYC will rebuild. Juan Kang playing a little deeper to help things out this go-round. Charge up the left-hand side. Onate Pico looking for Bilden. Bilden will leave it for Pimentel. Pimentel toward the penalty spot looking for Garcia, the flick header. Good idea. It ends up being just wide of the near post. There's your initial block, and that was what they were looking for, meaning NYC, for the penalty. It was shoulder to shoulder for me.
I would agree. They're both going for the ball. They're both coming at it. It's a physical game, but it comes right in there, shoulder to the shoulder, and then NYC falls down. I think the ref made the right call.
Throw by Dolores, looking over the top, trying to connect with Garcia. Ends up going inside the 18. Donaldson will pop it up into the air. Juan Kang doesn't gain possession for NYC. Atlanta United does. A couple of pushes from behind by Lucas Ferreira. Last touched by NYC, so it'll end up being a throw for Atlanta United here. 66th minute, 24, and any other added discretionary minutes to go here from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. I'm going to call a foul before the ball went out, so it'll be a free kick opportunity for Atlanta United. They send it forward. Kang saves it, sends it long, looking for some connection with his offense. Doesn't get it, and here comes Atlanta United. Header almost in self-defense that time by Ferreira. Onate Pico. NYC coming forward. Defense anticipating well there for Atlanta United. Bilden in pursuit for NYC. Goes back to Donaldson. Ball hangs up into the air right by center circle. Juan Kang will chest it down. Volley to Onate Pico. Desmond. Back to Juan Kang. Paletta looks to go long, and James Donaldson, he'll just put his hands out to parry it. Had it tracked the entire time. He's going to wait until Bilden buzzes the tower, and he'll pounce on it.
Was able just to see it, push it down to the ground, and then take his time with the grab.
It's like, I got it. It's under control. I got it tracked. None shall pass. Just put your hands out, and here you go.
Great sequence from Atlanta, but that ball's taken from Christian Williams. Trying to challenge.
Lance Lessie goes through the gears. Paletta had an idea, but off his left shoulder, it ended up being deflected twice. Let's take another peek.
Ooh, yeah. Donaldson had that ball tracked all the way. It's a great idea, too, to not grab it initially, but to, like, push it down to the ground and then take the time with the grab.
Day is done for Paletta and Julian Dolores. And so checking in are Angel Salas Arbo and Enzo Virto Jr. Enzo wearing 27. Salas Arbo wearing 44. You're going to get a foul on Atlanta United right next to the touchline as Leonardo Garcia is trying to get something happening up the right wing.
And we'll get 2 substitutions also for Atlanta United. Number 33, Kevin Medrano, as well as Jay-Sean Munoz.
So it looks like the name's written in the book for Atlanta United with 21 to go.
Looks like it will be on Ivory Covington.
Right up against the touchline, maybe 2 feet away from it. So I'm trying to envision like a size 12 and you put one in front of the other, that gets you 2 feet. 2 in the wall for Atlanta United. A lot of activity, plus a runaround. Headed up into the air outside of the 18. And a foul on NYC. Up into the air, headed down by the back line of 4 for NYC now. Halfway through the 70th minute. Leonardo Garcia cuts it inside. Onate Pico. He's got reinforcements in Pimentel in front of him. Decides to cut it back, work it centrally. Defended nicely by Atlanta United, and they'll just swipe it forward. On the turn. Handball happening right in front of the Atlanta United bench in the form of Lucas Ferreira, and it is in fact get called.
It was a great clearance from Williams. And then tracking it down was Henry.
And that left hand right there. So here come your subs for Atlanta United. 39 in, 59 in. 84 is done. And 50 is done. So 2 in, 2 out for Atlanta United off the handball. So it'll be a set piece. Working quickly, working too quickly.
It'll be Medrano and Munoz checking into the match for Atlanta.
And looks like it's going to have to be done a third time. Wanting it truly to be a set piece. You heard the man in the middle saying, going back up, back up, back up, winding up and winding up and winding up. So Garcia, the one staring at the set piece. Ball hangs up into the air, and Ajay, after the header, gets the grab for NYC. Outlet with the overhand throw to Desmond on the right. Desmond pulls it back to Onate Pico into the middle. First touch for Enzo, and a foul.
We mentioned the wind. Even on that free kick, it floated in the air for a lot longer than it should have.
Back heel to try to keep it in for Atlanta United. Doesn't work. Ends up in being a throw. Handful of yards away from the corner flag at the far for NYC. Juan Kang in the middle of the park. Having to track it down. The ball just continued to roll and roll and roll. First touch for Salazarbo. Swung all the way over by Ferreira. Over to Pimentel on the left. Back and forth with Pimentel. Being challenged and stood up. Back to Desmond. Desmond had Onate Pico with him. They decided to go to the back line. Try and regroup toward center circle. Flick, deflected, chance, left, big save by Donaldson. Enzo with the left, charged inside the 18. Big chance there for NYC for the equalizer halfway through the 73rd, and we stay at 2-1. Garcia trying to challenge, runs into his own teammate. Atlanta United coming up the left-hand side. Ferreira is there to stop the rush, and it'll end up being a throw in front of the bench. One more time, let's take a peek at the Donaldson save.
Coming forward, it's a great flick back. Donaldson has had multiple great saves. That one being one of them. It was close range too, and those could be so difficult to get your hands on.
Last touch by Atlanta United. Back to Lucas Ferreira. Ferreira to his left and Lessie. Charging up the left-hand side. Here comes Onate Pico. Does a quick survey. We'll leave it for Ferreira instead. Ferreira does the long ball over the top, looking for Garcia. He'll track it down, edge of the 18. Couple of touches. Couple too many touches. Couldn't quite keep control. Defended well by Atlanta United. It's going to end up being a throw for Atlanta United, say 10 yards or so away from the corner flag here on the near side. Gaining 5 yards in the process, as you should try and do until they tell you not to. Garcia into the middle. Desmond on the spin, gets away from a couple of Atlanta United defenders, pulls it back, sweeps it far post, flick header, just missed. Chance was there for NYC once again for the equalizer halfway through the 75th. Chances have been there last handful of minutes for NYC.
Absolutely. It's a great ball into the box, able to sneak past the Atlanta United defense, just unable to place the header.
Looked like Donaldson did have it tracked down to the far post. And here comes Atlanta United. Pressure from behind by NYC. Garcia wins it for NYC. Onate Pico, too much for Enzo, and it'll be a goal kick. $14.5 plus added to go. Atlanta United with the 2-1 lead. Salas Arbo wins it for NYC. Enzo pushes it forward looking for Bilden. Donaldson will get there first for Atlanta United. First hop over 2 players, second hop over a second. And a throw for NYC in the form of Salas Arbo.
I'm still thinking back to that turn that we just saw. That was brilliant.
Yeah, man.
We didn't say anything.
No, we looked at each other. We're like, oh.
That was a beautiful turn.
Very, very pretty stuff that you're seeing from Atlanta United. And you're going to get a foul and a card. Halfway through the 77th, and NYCFC wanted to get things started quickly. Atlanta United would not let them right there.
Just another clip. It's one of those, it's a bit of a delay. You're coming into it. As we'll get another substitution. Andreas Alvarez will get ready to check in for the 5 stripes.
Chance for NYC, about 25 yards. Desmond to Pimentel. Pimentel looking with the left. Donaldson had it tracked the entire time. He'll grab onto it and fall away from the pressure. Easy grab by the end of it all for the Atlanta United keeper here halfway through the 78th minute, leading 2-1.
James Donaldson has such a great awareness of his box. And it's so great to see, especially in a young goalkeeper, having some of the saves that he's had, the confidence to come out of the box as we've seen to make those challenges.
Onate Pico with the header. Give to Desmond. Desmond being challenged by Atlanta United. Nicely done to get away from the traffic cleared by Atlanta United. It's going to end up being a throw, and here's your sub for Atlanta United. And just as a reminder, the wind is in NYCFC's face here in the second 45 minutes. Now your throw for NYC. Onate Pico calling for it from Desmond. Desmond going long. Ball ends up being directed to Leonardo Garcia, about 20 yards from goal. He'll wind up with the left. Donaldson had it tracked the entire time. You could tell Leonardo Garcia wanted to wind up and take the shot. Donaldson had the ball tracked the entire way. Just easy grab, hands up with about 10 minutes to go, still at 2-1. Volley back after Donaldson sent it forward, and it will eventually roll over the touchline. It'll be a deep throw for Atlanta United, say 10 or 15 yards or so away from the corner flag.
Atlanta has to stay composed here. NYC is looking for that equalizer.
Garcia muscled away from the ball. Ball goes over the touchline anyway in front of the bench. Juan Kang getting it back to Lucas Ferreira. Ferreira to Oluwajai. There's your pressure that got the second goal on the board for Atlanta United. Lance Lessie getting some of that same pressure, sends it up the left. It will stay in play, but Atlanta United's there to help out on defense. Lessie with the header representation from NYC. It'll go over the far touchline. It'll end up being a throw for the visitors.
NYC have had most of the control in the last couple minutes. Still hungry for that goal.
Having to turn up the wick to try to chase after that equalizer. And here comes Desmond in possession. Bilden going long up the right-hand side, Leonardo Garcia. Garcia wants to cut it further with his right. Hand fighting both ways. Flags up from the AR. In which direction are we going to go? I'm going to call the foul on Garcia and NYC.
I saw two fouls in that one. It's great work by the defense for Atlanta United. As he comes around, it's Williams again. He's grabbing on his arm. That's the foul, and then it's the late challenge at the end.
A bit of a clear out, yeah. So Donaldson will do the honors. Sending everybody forward with 8.5 to go. Foot into football up the left-hand side in the attack. Ferreira is there trying to send it forward. We end up with a foul in the backwash. And the discussions with Salas Arbo. Looks like it might be an open wound that they're going to have to treat.
As NYC was trying to clear the ball out, the ball did hit him.
And so they're going to go for the sub. It's going to be Benjamin Harris checking in for Salas Arbo here. Late 83rd, and it's going to be a concussion check. Getting the questions asked by the NYCFC physio. So it is never fun to get a soccer ball from short distance launched and get that kind of contact. Atlanta United on the attack up the left-hand side here, early 84th minute.
Williams. But the offside flag will be up. Medrano was trying to come in. Just caught a little bit ahead of the defender.
We almost had the money ball portion of the game.
Almost.
NYC working up the left-hand side. Onate Pico to Desmond. Desmond cuts it back to the inside. Big 360 spin to keep possession. Nicely done there. Onate Pico looking. Wanted to send it inside the 18. Blocked. Juan Kang gives back to Desmond. Scoop toward the top of the D. Cleared away by the defense of Atlanta United. Two big hops. Ferreira does a bit of a loop over. So does Juan Kang. Kang tries to draw the foul and he gets it. With 5.5 to go. Lessie charges forward. Found Desmond. Looking into the corner. Chipped toward the top of the 6. Garcia took a swing, and then Bilden tried to pounce on it, but Donaldson got there first. So ball is saved by Atlanta United and Donaldson with 5 to go, still leading 2-1.
Dangerous opportunities for NYC in the box. Atlanta's got to close those down, especially as you head into these last couple of minutes.
Garcia hits the turf. They were looking for a foul there, didn't get it. Enzo off to his left. Ball deflects, defended, rolls back to Donaldson. Donaldson will eventually grab, and a player down for Atlanta United. Looks like we might be having a cramp. Getting the attention of the physio. For a de facto water break here with about 4 minutes to go plus any added time.
Believe that's Cibrian.
And I mean, the way that conditions were when we started the day with the U-18s at 9 o'clock, it was about 50 degrees. And with things having transferred and changed, we're, past 12:30 in the afternoon here for the U-16 match. It's not 50 degrees anymore. When you're out in the sunlight, it's very, very pleasant, mid-60s. And so you're into that part of the day where you have your temperature changes and you have to adjust to each and every aspect of it. 65 degrees. Look at that. I wasn't far off. I thought it was mid-60s, and so 65 degrees. The up-to-date weather here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground. We gained 15 degrees, if not more, in the time since we started at 9 o'clock this morning to now.
No, it feels great, actually, especially, with the wind, too. It's like you're not too hot, you're not too cold. You're, like, right in between. It's
Except
perfect.
when the sprinklers are on.
Except when the sprinklers are on. Then it gets a little cold.
Not too cold, not too warm, just a little more wet. So Cibrian's treatment for the cramp turns into a drop ball for James Donaldson here at 87-23 and counting. So 2.5 plus added time. Volley, 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 volley. Kang and Lessie were a part of the discussion for NYC. Onate Pico goes down. So it'll end up being a free kick for Atlanta United here as we turn into the 89th minute.
Baptiste. Now to Williams. To Lee. Lee driving forward. Finds Williams. Able to keep it in play. Looks for the low cross. It's there. But it's caught.
Through a lot of traffic that was that close to the third goal on the board for Atlanta United.
Atlanta Back out to Lee. Lee driving through traffic. Is bodied off the ball, and NYC are now on the break.
Pimentel, advantage played. Through ball is there, and here comes Garcia with a chance. Garcia wanted to set it up to the left, sticks to his right, and crosses it into the far post. Equalizer, Leonardo Garcia with a little more than a minute to go. Big goal for NYCFC.
Able to capitalize on the counter. It's a great finish, so composed. Nothing Donald Sid could do about that one.
That was a tight angle for Leonardo Garcia to try to get it past, and he ended up doing so. So tied at 2. Garcia with the equalizer. 30 seconds plus added. Big goal for NYC, and here comes Atlanta United again.
In the 90th minute, we're back to being tied 2-2. We'll see how much stoppage time gets added on.
Desmond and Onate Pico up and over the top looking for Bilden. Donaldson will come out and close the distance. Popped up into the air. Garcia, the goal scorer, tries to track it down in front of the NYC net. He does. Chasing is Enzo, and Enzo, part of a challenge. No whistle there.
I think it was the right call by the ref. As he's going, he just gets brought down and tripped up. Now that one is a foul.
And I think that's going to be a yellow on Ferreira. Let's take a peek.
They're both going for the challenge. He just gets tripped up at the end. Don't believe that's a foul. But this one right here, definitely. You step in front of him, you're blocking the man.
So it'll end up being a set piece for Atlanta United here, north of 90. Like I said, since we don't have a fourth with a light board, we're kind of guessing.
I would assume only maybe 2-3 minutes, but depending on how this free kick goes.
Well, and then you had the Cibrian injury, the cramp issue, so it might be closer to 4 by the time we're done. That's just our educated guess.
Floats in. Got the header. It bounces off of Ajay. And then trying to capitalize on the rebound, and it just goes out of play.
So here comes an energized NYCFC squad. And they're going to get a foul on Enzo. Working quickly, Atlanta United. And now they're going to slow it down. Ask for the 10.
Lee. That will go out of play. Will be a throw-in for the Five Stripes.
Swatted at by Juan Kang into the Atlanta United bench. So you see where we are, 92-20 and counting. And that is going to be saved at the last. That was almost going to be a late corner for Atlanta United.
Atlanta able to keep possession. Was able to flick it back. Switching sides to the right. Driving forward. Comes off of NYC. Gets the header. Ajay comes forward. Ref says it was a foul. We'll take one more look at it. John, can you make some sense of this?
Ball popped up into the air, header, and they're saying that Ajay, I guess, had possession, and then once he had possession and tried to spin away from contact, contact was made, so you end up with a foul.
And then in the meaning of that, he loses the ball. So then Atlanta think that they have an open goal and they get the opportunity.
And Desmond goes down after contact. They're going to call the physios over. Those fans that are over on that side of the field agreeing with the quick assessment to bring the physios over. You see the contact there. Atlanta United player and Desmond going up. Good that he's back up on his feet. So once again, north of 4 minutes now. Physio asking all the important questions. That was a hard collision.
Hard collision, especially those air balls. It's so difficult. Both players going in at the same time, trying to win it.
NYCFC wondering whether or not they bring Benjamin Harris back in as a concussion sub, as they did once earlier when Salas Arbo was getting checked. It looks like everything's okay. Sorry, it looks like it was Pimentel that was in the collision and not Desmond. As you see, we're now in the 6th minute of added. Substitutions, couple of injuries. And it looks like it's going to be a set piece chance here for NYC here in the 96th minute. So Atlanta United also going through the same medical observations. You're going to get a concussion sub here for Atlanta United.
Will be Khalil Simon checking into the match. It will be a free kick for NYC.
So Desmond sizing it up. Desmond wanted to back it up a little bit, or move it forward. One of the two. Moved it back. Man in the middle said move it forward. So Desmond moved it forward and moved it down the touchline. So I'll see what NYCFC has in mind here halfway through the 97th minute. Long sweeping ball up and over everybody through the 18. Tracking it down is Atlanta United. They will let it go over the touchline here in the near.
Alvarez. Long throw. Atlanta able to settle it. Able to keep it out of pressure. No one was on the run. Falls to Ajay.
Off the side of his foot. Won back quickly by Atlanta United. They're going to race it down.
Looks up top. NYC will clear it.
Salas Arbo doing the honors there. So once again, Atlanta United, another opportunity. Handful of yards inside the attacking half. Heading toward the 98th minute on the clock.
That one will also go long. Back and forth, falls to Atlanta. Atlanta with an opportunity. Covington, long ball, Lee's over there, will head it down. Trying to break.
popped high in the air. Enzo keeping an eye on it. It'll be a throw for Atlanta United. Ball hit the corner flag. Garcia comes away with it for NYC, looking towards center circle. First one there is Atlanta United. Popped up high in the air. Enzo looking out to the right to Pimentel. He's got a little bit of space. Step over, cut back, edge of the 18, wants to go with the right. Grounder, easy grabber, Donaldson. Bilden thought about trying to poke it and have it go a different direction. Donaldson goes 25, almost 30 yards out of net trying to advance the ball forward. Juan Kang now for NYC, and that will do it.
Whew.
Crazy.
Crazy.
But great effort from both sides here for the U-16s. It ends up in a 2-2 draw. And it took a goal in the 89th minute by Leonardo Garcia, going far post at a very, very acute angle to get the equalizer for NYC in the U-16 match.
It was a fun one. Started out NYC, had the PK in the beginning. Atlanta was able to come back only a couple minutes later to tie it up. Then Atlanta gets the goal to take the lead. And then you mentioned it, a tight corner. It was a great finish. Very, very composed from NYC, but a great battle from both of these sides.
U-18 match was all Atlanta United. The U-16 match is a 2-2 draw. Desmond from the spot in the 7th. Henry from Covington made it 1-1 in the 13th. Lee closing the distance on a Jai made it 2-1 in the 59th, and then Garcia 2-2 in the 89th to get us to our point. So what did you think of the day?
Pretty fun day. Very fun, nice little fall weather. It was a beautiful day, you know, for the beautiful game.
Yes.
And so much more craziness tonight as well, as we're inching a little bit closer to decision day, as all games at MLS will kick off at 6 p.m. Atlanta United in a must-win against Orlando City SC on the road. A rivalry match for both sides. It's going to be a fun one.
All the Eastern Conference matches at 6:10, the Western Conference matches at 9:10. For Madison Cruz, for everybody here from ASMG, I'm just John Nelson. Thanks for hanging out with us here at atlutd.com/live. Honors even in the U-16 match, 2-2 your final. Thanks for hanging out with us. Enjoy your Saturday and enjoy Decision Day, everybody.